Yeah, and it's my mom. Hang on a minute, this will be fun. Mom, I'm gaming right now!
Yes. Yes, you are.
Mom, I'm gaming right now! With my friends, Mom!
Hey, don't do that, me! Hey, I'm here too!
Mom! I'm gaming with my friends! What do you want?
Hey,
And I'm streaming, Mom! Mom!
I'm hanging up.
I love you, Mom.
Only 5 minutes left. A fire team that fights together stays together. Double down. Tell them to line up faster. Fantastic work.
Oh my god. I didn't just do that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I think Marv would have been very proud of me in that moment.
I have the holocron. See here. You didn't make it, Grease.
Here? Did you get
Ah! Ah! I don't know what happened there. Wikipedia for me, but I have a Wikipedia. And I hate it. Oh wait, is that an empty? Tell me that's an empty suit. Okay, it's an empty suit. Okay. Oh, but I don't like the music that's playing. I do not care for the music that is playing right now. And there's a lot of ammo around here. There's a lot of ammo around here. I could have swore that was somebody hanging there. I could have swore that was somebody hanging there.
Which
And-
should be the upcoming update that's
What the hell is that?
That is Barry. Barry. So you gotta say hey to
So
Barry.
is this the haunted house in the Halloween season?
More or less.
And they just keep all their
just keep going along.
other
You're doing
prop?
fine. You're doing fine.
Oh fuck! What was that? What was that? What is that? What the hell is that?
What was that? I don't know. You tell me.
What was that? Okay, yeah, you know what, T? You know I will get you for this.
Yeah, I know.
I will
Oh,
get you.
bullshit! You're the one, dude. You're the one that took me to TWA at night. I don't want to fucking.
oh, well, I missed this.
All right. Anything on your
Do
EMF?
you want to play ball with me? Okay. Fuck that.
We are off and running, chat. Here we go. All right, Phil, move forward. Now, Phil, I will tell you right now, I will not leave you alone in this game. Open this door, Phil. Open this door to your left.
The one that I'm okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
the one on the left. Okay, walk in there. And read what is on the portrait, Phil.
How was that? Was that you?
No,
Because I didn't read anything and I just heard a noise.
no, just
Magna.
This is awesome. This is awesome.
That switch does not seem to do anything. Exactly. It just shuts off the armor.
Shuts off the armor.
Alright, let me see if there's a switch over here.
Be
Well,
one.
these switches here.
That was not us.
Again. Alright.
I think I heard Sabrina say mom.
Huh?
What?
She didn't
I thought
say
you were in
anything.
another room.
No, she didn't say anything.
Did you not?
I heard that.
I thought that was.
I thought that was Serena. I heard Mom.
Me too.
I heard it too.
It wasn't.
That was not a real person.
I'll tell you what, I know, I'm gonna take a seat over here.
Maker.
Maker. You're probably told not to speak to strangers. And that's fine. That's fine. My name is T. And over there's my...
Was that you squeaking?
Ooh, no, that wasn't. I heard that.
Yeah, that's now I hear you squeaking.
I heard
What was that? It
I
sounded
don't-
like a voice.
I don't... It did.
Yeah, it wasn't your because
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't. Nothing got caught in my throat. There was. I marked it, but it was a mumble. Did you heard that, right?
100%.
Cat, I swear, are you really doing this to me? Are you seeing this? Ah! Damn it, Cat! Don't. Oh my God! The cat. You little jerk! Man? What did you do to my game, Cat? I swear to God.
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that?
Someone needs some cat balls. You have.
What is that? What is that? Do you hear that, Pip? It's a very wow. Hang on. It's a very rushed. It sounds like a rushed whisper.
Someone needs some cat balls.
I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Which is ironic when you think about it, because usually people say, "Oh, all theaters are haunted." I don't think all theaters are haunted.
Well, this one's definitely, definitely.
I mean, something's.
Yes, yeah, oh yeah.
But-
They're just not talking to us right now.
They're just not talking to us right now.
You wanna go in for the green room?
But I ask you, since when does an actor never want to talk about themselves?
Yeah.
Hi everyone, it's me, Twitch Dad, and I'm here. Yeah, this is where it starts to get super creepy. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be, chat. I'm just going to come out and say it. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be. So, there you go.
Well, pitter patter, let's get at her.
Okay. Glad I got that out of my system. Overriding it could destroy my software. But I made that choice when I hooked into that first computer and the consequences it would bring. I'm sorry we won't see the outside together. But I needed to carry on the memories of humanity to hold on to the past. But I see futures in companions and you. Here, let me take that off of you. You were my friend, the very best I could have asked for. Oh, damn it. This is going to be another Last of Us ending where I cry, isn't it? I'm tearing up already. Oh. He's headbutting him. Oh. Oh, my heart! Oh, my heart! Oh. am I crying in a video game? Oh my god. I did it, hon. I did it, hon. I finished Stray. Worth every minute. Worth every minute. I'll move you back just a little bit.
What?
I wonder if she's pregnant.
She does look like. I was just wondering if her belly was a little bit big.
Yeah,
Maybe that might be why she's hungry.
that might be.
So, Jack, you are upset that Wesley fought for Virginia, fought against his own people from Gettysburg. That must have been aggravating.
Did someone just? Did you just whisper? Did you just whisper?
Keep going. Everything you got. No, I don't know. I'm worried. He's back at red.
Come on.
Oh no.
Steve
We got him.
Saylor! Steve Saylor! You did it! You did it! Congratulations, Steve Saylor! You just picked up your second seal. That's a motherfucking raid seal. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
I fucking love it when T gets hyped.
The team made entirely of your clan. Hold on. I'm going for it.
Yeah, you just saw 80 inches of me touching my nipples on your wall. You're never gonna look at your wall the same way again. Okay. It just dawned on me. I never did explain to anybody. I never explained to anybody the whole nipple joke. I probably should, shouldn't I? I know I've got a lot of new friends in stream now. I have some old friends that are like, well, it's typical T. And, which doesn't help the matter at all. So let me go on ahead and let me try to bring you all up to speed before we get into the footage review. How you doing, everybody? How you doing? We are, in fact, doing some footage review tonight. It is Ghost Hunting with the T-Monster. I am the T-Monster. You can call me T-Monster, or Twitch Dad. Pleasure to have everybody here. I know many of you have found me via the man, the myth, the legend that is Doug. And thank you all, everybody, for coming over here and trying to find out what the whole situation is with me, the guy that wrote Twitch for Dummies, or as Doug puts it right here. I believe it's this one here.
So technically, T. Morris is correct.
No, but that's my favorite. It's this one right here.
What I care about is the judgment of T. Morris, who wrote Twitch for Dummies.
There you go. And so let me first off, for those of you who just watched the hype reel and were wondering, oh, and yes, we are live over on YouTube. So if you're over on YouTube, feel free to sub over there. Feel free to shout out something in chat. I am paying attention to both chats. We are on top of it here. I probably will be talking about multi-streaming in the 3rd edition, provided the 3rd edition becomes a thing. All right, first, before I get to the nipple thing, there's just no easy way to really talk about that. But before I get to the nipple thing, let me explain how the different editions work, okay? Basically, one of two things have got to happen. One, publisher's got to come to you and say, yo, you wrote this book. We want to do an updated version of this book. We'll pay you as much as we did for the first book, but all you got to do is update it. You don't have to rewrite it, but you have to rewrite certain parts of it. Like, sure. And an edition, doing a 2nd edition or a 3rd edition of a book, man, that's just choice. He gets distracted. He's like, well, and also I get distracted when I have this little guy right here. When I get this guy, don't you dare. No. Oh, do you see him? He was getting ready to take a swing at me. Yeah. Don't even. This is Gamer Cat, everybody. Benedict with a K. All right, come on, down there. Okay. Don't worry, you're gonna get your pumpkin. You're gonna get your pumpkin when I get my hydration. Okay, so just yes, I'm on it. We have a cat cam for you. It's down right now, but we're gonna get your cat cam all situated as well. Get up in your tree, and I'll fix the cat cam. How about that? You get up in your tree, and I will go on ahead, and I will fix the cat cam. You want me to put you in your cat cam in your tree, don't you? No. You are perfectly capable of getting up in your tree. I don't care how old you are. All right. All right. So anyway, show me your kittens. Show me the baby.
Does it have to be human?
There it is. There it is.
Does it have to be mine? Where am I supposed to
He
get
is a
it?
cute cat.
Missy.
Macaulay, he is a cute cat. He is a rescue, much like his unexpected little brothers. But so before we get into the cats, before we get to the nipple thing, let me finish this one thing about the editions. So when you get a second or third edition, you're basically updating it, and it depends on how intense the update is, how much work you've got ahead of you. For example, I just wrapped up the 5th edition. That's number 5, the 5th edition of one of the biggest titles for the For Dummies people, Podcasting for Dummies. I've worked on every edition, and I'm stoked about that. Yeah, I'm very happy about that. Very proud of it. If you have a book with the Dummies people, and you go to a 3rd edition, that's considered a pretty decent book. You're going 5 editions, yeah. I'll give you an idea of where Podcasting for Dummies sits. I was doing a promo for the 1st edition of Podcasting for Dummies before people really knew what a podcast was. And I remember meeting the author of Astronomy for Dummies. I got to interview him. That book was on its... Yes, thank you, Benedict. Thank you. Thank you, Benedict. Now I hold him against his will. But that book was in its 7th edition. And that was in 2005. So I guarantee you, that book is doing just fine. And usually we being me and Chuck Tomasi, we don't have to contact the folks over at Podcasting for Dummies. We can just show up and we'll say, so it's been 3 years. You guys want to nip tuck? And they're like, yeah. Here's why usually they contact us every 3 years. But when it starts getting a little beyond that 3-year mark, we go, hey guys, do you want an update or not? Here's why. You'll notice that between the 1st and 2nd edition, there was probably 2, maybe 3 years, if that. Then there's a gap of roughly 10 years. I'm not exaggerating. We wrote the 2nd edition of Podcasting for Dummies, I want to say in 2007. And then fast forward to roughly 2015, 2016, I start getting royalty checks for this near 10-year-old book. And when you're talking about technology and you have a 10-year-old book, that's kind of like going back to the astronomy. It's like learning astronomy, but you're using as your point of reference for, celestial objects and photographs and stuff like that. You're using, I don't know, the Griffith Observatory in California. Nothing against the Griffith Observatory. That's a ball in place, but you get where I'm going at, right? So literally when we did the 3rd edition of Podcasting for Dummies, it was a freaking rewrite from the ground up because there was 10-year-old technology there. But since the 3rd... Oh, I said I was going to fix your camera. Okay. All right. Yeah. I said I was going to fix your camera. I'm going to fix your camera. You're the one messing up the camera anyway. There you go.
Hello there.
That's Gamer Cat, everybody. I think he wants a treat now. So I'm going to appease him, give him a little bit of goop, and then I'll get back to the story. He's getting goop, everybody. This is a very, very happy cat. But as you'll notice, Mackley, yes, GamerCat has his own dedicated camera. He has his own dedicated camera, and you know what? I am pretty damn proud of the cat cam.
He's got cats on stream? God, what can't T-Monster do? I'm not even being facetious. It's like a really good stream.
That is one of my favorite drop-ins that I got from the video. All right, everybody. So basically, we get a call from the people at Dummies saying, hey, we want another edition. So yeah, since the 3rd edition, every 3 years we've been updating Podcasting for Dummies. Now, Twitch for Dummies has been a slightly harder sell. And what I have to do is I basically go to them and go, hey, are you guys interested in a brand new edition? And if they're interested in a brand new edition, look, you hoovered that down, buddy. You hoovered that down. I'm going to get you your pumpkin, but you've got to respect it, okay? You've got to respect the time. Don't give me that wide-eyed look. Don't give me the slow blinks, although I appreciate the slow blinks. You hoovered that down. That was a quarter of the tube. And it's chicken and scallops, everybody. It's chicken and scallops. So don't feel bad for him that he's like, but he just wants snacks. It was a chicken and scallops mix. Stinks to high heaven, but you know what? He digs it. Oh, here he comes. You coming, old man? He's giving me the slow blinks like that's going to work. All the animals in my life have been rescued as well, especially the cats we catch. Fix and release them here in my neighborhood. Currently trying to catch a mama and her 2 kittens. Wish us luck. Good luck. Good luck, Mackley. Stick with us over at Old Spirits Investigations. We got a story coming up at the end of season 3 about our rescue cat. We named her Evie. Her full name is Evie P. And we found her at one of our investigations. And I'll save that story for the end of season 3. Anyway, so with Twitch for Dummies, when I went to the second, when I asked about the 2nd edition for that, I really had to make a hard sell for it. I had to make a hard sell for it because they were like, well, what has changed in the past 3 years with Twitch for Dummies? Is it really time for an upgrade? And they had to also look at the sales. And I don't know if Doug is affecting sales or not for Twitch for Dummies. I got a request this morning from somebody from the Doug community, and they said, you know, I just finished the video. I just want to know where to get the book. And I said, well, the fast solution is to order the book from here. And I just sent them the Amazon affiliate link. And I said, but if you want to get a signed copy, that one you might have to wait a little bit because I'm about to send out the last copy that I have. Now I have to buy more copies and take care of that. But yeah, that's how it works. If you want a signed copy, you might have to wait, a few more weeks for it. But easiest way, go to Amazon or go to your local bookstore, pick it up.
T. Morris is proud of me.
I am, and I'm real proud of him because he bought 2 copies. But if the sales reflect it, they'll be like, yeah, we'll go on ahead and do another edition. And my plans for the other edition is I'm going to talk about
George suggests more Management 6.
Not Management 6, because George Russell, beautiful man that he is, George Russell has a car up his butt. Anyway, so yeah, with a 3rd edition of Twitch for Dummies, I'll probably talk about multi-streaming. That's definitely something that's on my list. The other thing that'll be on my list will be to see if I can get Doug to write the forward for it. You hold on a second. Cat, I swear to God.
T. Morris is proud.
You done? You done, Cat? All right. Anyway, now I have to silence the drop-ins because somebody's acting out right now in a big old way. He's been hydrated. He got some of his meds today. He just got some goop, and now he wants more. He'll get his pumpkin. I swear to God, he'll get his pumpkin. So anyway, so I have to put forward a case for a 3rd edition of Twitch for Dummies. Maybe not as dramatically as I did for the second edition, because I know that I know the book is selling. I don't know if it's selling as well as Podcasting for Dummies, and with all our ups and downs in writing for the new edition and having some challenges with the editors, I will still do it. I enjoy going back to Podcasting for Dummies. I enjoy going back to Twitch for Dummies. There's no way, though, no way on God's green earth that I will do a second edition of the other book I did for the folks over at Wiley, Discord for Dummies. Never again. That was an exercise in frustration because of their approach to development, where they just, by the time the book hit the shelves, it was already obsolete. That's how rough it was. Hey, how you doing there, Spence? Good to see you. Twitch has also gone through a few transformations and a few different things. I offered to make it live streaming for Dummies, but they were like, no, let's just keep it for Twitch for Dummies. And they've got changes in their right now. Twitch has got changes in their partner program. They're allowing for multi-streaming. There's new products out. So I have a lot of different options in front of me. One of them being, hey, Doug, I would love it if you would write the foreword for it just seems appropriate. You have to write the foreword for Twitch for Dummies. And really it would basically be me asking from him 500 words, at the least 500 words, maybe 1,000 if he felt really passionate about it. And he could just sit down and basically go, I don't necessarily need this book, but maybe somebody else does. And it's obvious T. Morris knows what he's talking about. I mean, he said as much when he said this. Oops, wait a minute. He said as much when he said this.
What I care about is the judgment of T. Morris, who wrote Twitch for Dummies.
And if you want to see the reaction video, just so you know, the reaction video to Doug's video is coming. I have to chop it up a bit, but we're actually working on some other stuff for Old Spirits. Some of the stuff you're going to be seeing tonight, and we'll be talking about the upcoming episodes and some of the stuff coming up for season 3. So yeah. I had to unsilence my drop-ins because somebody isn't hovering over my Mitchell board. All right. I explained to you GamerCat. I explained to you what's going on with, how you get a different edition when you start writing for the Dummies people. Now let's talk about nipples. Okay. So what had happened on that last clip in my hype reel? When I said, yeah, you're seeing me up against your wall, touching my nipples against your wall. You'll never look at your wall the same way again. Let me explain. So one of our mods, who's been quiet of late, but I'm sure she's fine. I just need to circle back with her, make sure she's okay. She just started a brand new gig. And I'm sure that the starting of a new career and getting away from academics and also moving from Alabama to Minnesota, you heard that, all the way up to Minnesota.
Figured it.
That's a big ass jump. So I know we haven't seen a lot of Panic here, but don't panic. 42, lovely girl by the name of Emily. She just got a new gig, and she made the jump all the way from Alabama, Darwin's waiting room, as I like to call it. And she made it all the way up to Minnesota. She's got the dream job. She's doing great, but she hasn't been able to be here. She hasn't been able to be around for a bit, which I totally get. But once upon a time, when she was in stream, either she rigged it up or she and her then boyfriend rigged up a projector. And they were watching me stream on their wall. Okay? And it was basically, their wall was their television. And they were projecting Twitch on there. So that's when I did the thing with my nipples, and I said, you saw 80 inches of me touching my nipples on your wall. You'll never look at your wall the same way again. And when I was putting together the reel, I said, yeah, that's a great way to sum up this channel. And I don't know if that actually had them Nipplegate. Yes, thank you, Aurelius. Thank you very much. Maybe that I don't know if they stopped looking at my stream on the wall because they were afraid of what I was going to do next. I don't know. But that just sort of became, if you want to know this stream, and I don't know if I'm up for a refresh of my reels, of the BRB reel and the hype reel. I mean, to kind of give you a perspective, because people think I am amazed at how many people have really just latched onto the notion of a greatest hits reel or a BRB reel or even a hype reel. But I can't take credit. I wish I could take credit for the idea, but I can't. I actually got it from Dr. Lupo and from M. Montgomery, who did write the foreword for the second edition. And they have, or at least, Dr. Lupo has one, but M still has the one that I knew from like 3 or 4 years ago. She hasn't changed either one of her reels. And I enjoy being able to make, refresh the reel because, I mean, we have new things. We got plenty of clips that we can pull from. And really making BRB reels and hype reels, actually, it's astonishingly easy. And it's a hell of fun. It's hella fun. The one thing you have to make sure that you don't do when you're making reels is you can't use the music that you really want to use. Like, one of my favorite reels from when I was gaming exclusively in Destiny 2, I did a compilation of my PvP's greatest hits because I don't necessarily play PvP. I'm not great at PvPness. I am not necessarily a crack shot. Ask Marv, he will tell you. However, I do have moments, and when I have the moments, they're pretty freaking epic. And I did, and I still have it, in my library. I think I might even have it as a private video over at my YouTube channel for T Morris. But I did a greatest hits in Destiny PvP. And I set it to AC/DC's Shoot to Thrill. And why did I do that? It was because I just finished a rewatch, I think, of the original Avengers. And when Tony Stark comes flying in to shoot the thrill, I'm like, my God, that's badass. And I just felt like having a moment of badassery. The difference is Marvel Studios can afford the royalties for Shoot to Thrill. I cannot. So there's that. But anyway, hello, and let's see, who am I talking to? Not the belt again. Jesus. Dude, man, that username right there. Wow. Wow. Found you, well, verklempt. Found you from Doug. Doug came here because you are a Destiny enjoyer. Hope you have a good stream. Thank you very much. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, Belt. I'm just going to call you Belt. Jeez. Oh, my God. Yeah. And I'm going to try to get back into Destiny. I'd like to get in this weekend. It's been difficult. It's been difficult trying to get back into it because I've got a lot of other stuff, mainly paranormal stuff on my desk right now. And I just want to be able to get through it and game without worrying about getting some other stuff to be done. I mean, before I know it, August is going to come up, and then that Paranormal Research Symposium thing that you see at the bottom. Yeah, I'm speaking on that, and it's going to be. Marv is waiting. Marv might be doing something. I don't know if he's waiting, but it's a nice thought. Secondhand, it is a nice thought, pal. Please be patient with me, okay? I'm giving you a wag of the finger, and he's just going, I love you, buddy. Anyway, so I wanted to really hit quickly what I was planning for tonight. So we did filming over the weekend. We actually sat down and we did some filming, me and Phil, for the next 2 investigations. Those next 2 investigations are, in fact, Antietam, in order that they're going to be going. Whoa. Cat. All right, I got to make sure these play out. Okay. So the next 2 investigations that will be going live will be Antietam and the Wayside Inn. Here's why. Here is why those 2 are going to be slated for the next ones. Because we just got the green light from Belmont Farm Distillery, and we will be doing, in fact, a sit-down reveal with none other than Chuck. Chuck's gonna be on the show, gang. Chuck from Belmont Farm Distillery is gonna be on the show. Can I please get some Chuck hype in chat? Can you? Because if you know, you know. You know. You know. And we are thrilled that Chuck is gonna be willing to sit down with us and go over the different things that we found and that we experienced at his incredible facility. Because yeah, Chuck is all that in a bag of chips. We love us some Chuck on this stream. Now, for those of you who do not know who Chuck is, let me go on ahead. Cat. I swear to God, Cat. Swear to God, Cat. All right. Let me just help you there. Okay. If you don't know who Chuck is, let me go on ahead and pull up a quick clip to show you all. And please hold off on the hydrate. I know some of you may drop the hydrate, but I'm well aware that I need to hydrate. I will be taking a moment before I get into the more intense.
No,
Oh,
God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
I am going to get hydration. I swear to God, I am going to get hydration. The thing is that I left my water upstairs. It is on my do not forget this tea, because you're gonna be wheezing and coughing throughout the entire thing. And I go, you're absolutely right. I promise you I will get to it. So let me see if I can find this clip so I can play it for y'all. Here we go. So if you want to know Chuck, I think this clip.
See back here?
I believe this clip.
See back here?
Hang on. There you go. And I'm going to give you guys, when I first showed you all, when I introduced you about don't worry, Mackley, you're about to meet Chuck, okay? And when I first introduced everybody to Chuck, I thought I knew Chuck. I did not know Chuck. I thought I knew Chuck, but I didn't know Chuck. I mean, I know more about Jack than I know about Chuck. All right. This is how I get my reps in, everybody. Okay. So first things first. I'm going to go on ahead and pause this music for a bit. There we go. Now, so let me introduce you to Chuck. This here is Chuck. He is in charge of the Belmont Farm Distillery. And let me just play this clip, and then I'll tell you a few other things about Chuck. Here we go.
See back here?
This was our preliminary investigation.
You can hear footsteps. Somebody walking around. And some lady came and took a picture of me, and she got a lot of doubles.
Interesting.
Interesting. You know, like somebody was following me, and then
Not this guy, I hope.
not that. So the other people that came, they put some kind of thing here to track sounds, and they were able to talk to the spirits. And my grandpa said hello to me. And,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's
It was kinda
amazing.
neat.
Now, so if you don't mind my asking,
He was in the business of whiskey making.
Yeah.
he was the one that taught you.
Yeah.
So how did you know it was your
I
grandfather?
recognized the voice. Yeah.
Wow.
It was
That's
weird.
amazing.
That was really weird. Yeah.
Like I said, some weird stuff has happened.
That was
Some
weird.
weird stuff has happened.
Okay. So I'm going to play that clip for you one more time. Play this clip for you one more time. But I want to go on ahead and preface this by saying, before he told us any of this, right? Before he told us any of this, he was like, well, this is welcome to my distillery. People say that it's haunted, but I don't believe in that stuff. I don't think it's haunted. I don't think this place is haunted. But here's where I saw somebody moving, and I was the only person here, and I saw some kids running around up here, and I heard voices over here, and we're like, dude. You can't say your place ain't haunted and then tell us where all the stuff is happening. Doesn't work that way. How you doing there, Shane? Good to see you over there on YouTube. I was like, what? and so he's basically telling us about I'm going to play this clip again, but I want to make sure you hear me say he opened this preliminary investigation with us by saying, yeah, you know, people say this place is haunted, but I never saw anything. But over here is where I saw this, and I saw this over here, and I saw this, and then we got this part of the barrel room.
See back here?
They claim late at night you can hear footsteps. Somebody walking around. And some lady came and took a picture of me, and she got a lot of doubles.
Interesting.
You
Interesting.
know, like somebody was following me, and then
Not this guy, I hope.
not that. So the other people that came, they put some kind of thing here to track sounds, and they were able to talk to the spirits. And my grandpa said hello to me. And,
Really?
That smile,
That's
man. That
nice.
smile.
Now, so if you don't mind my
He was in
asking,
the business of whiskey making.
Yeah,
he was the one that taught you.
yeah.
So how did you know it was your
I
grandfather?
recognized the voice. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
It was
That's
weird.
amazing.
That was really weird. Yeah.
We love Chuck in this house. We do. Well, the funny thing is, you'll love this. When I was when I was speaking at TwitchCon, and I'm not kidding, everybody, being able to say those words just still gives me a chill. I got a chance to talk on a panel about streaming non-gaming content. I was talking about the paranormal, and I got to say that, you know, we got this fantastic question on. Looks like a lovely gent, Mr. Chuck. Oh, Macaulay, I'm gonna tell you a little bit more about Chuck in a second. But when I was one of the questions we got was, do you ever have the feeling of FOMO because you're not playing games, you're doing something completely against the grain of Twitch, right? And or YouTube in this case. Well, not so much in YouTube. I mean, I know YouTube's trying to get more into the gaming and streaming video games and stuff like that, but I think I summed it up best. I said, well, here's the thing. Yeah, there are a lot of ghost hunting games that have come out since Phasmophobia. But here's the thing. I'm living it. I'm actually going places where, oh, and thank you, Tiokin, thank you very much for that follow. I certainly do appreciate it. Thank you. But I'm actually doing what's in the game. Now, the difference is that spirits aren't trying to rip my face off. But no kidding. I'm going into the old hospital on College Hill. I'm going into a haunted school. And then I said, one of the things I got to do this summer was I got to investigate a distillery. And I'm here to tell you, yes, there were so many spirits in that distillery. And everybody just kind of groaned, and I said, and now you know why they call me Twitch Dad. So there you go. There you go. But enough about me. Let's talk a little bit about Chuck here. Let's talk a little bit about Chuck. He looks like your salt of the earth kind of guy, right? He does. And do not let his friendly cowboy hat, suspenders, and flannel shirt fool you. This man holds a degree in aerospace physics. He used to pilot for Eastern Airlines. This guy used to be an airline pilot. Okay. Oh, and guess what? He's on IMDb because he was in several episodes of Moonshiners. This guy is absolutely. I know, right, Recluse? I know. Yes. Obviously, he was doing that before, and another way to sum up Chuck, when we met him, and I think I got it on video, he said, "Yeah, I've been making moonshine for 50 years, been selling it for 25," and then he put on that smile, and we're like, "Oh, okay, I hear you, I understand what you're saying there, Haha, I'm in aerospace. There you go. Let's hear it, man. Let's hear it. That's pretty freaking awesome. I absolutely freaking love that. So yeah, this guy is so multifaceted, and I'm the thing that I heard though was that there was another group that had come in to investigate, and they were kind of rude to Chuck. They basically told him to just, you need to leave us alone. You can't, don't ask us questions while we're investigating, And they didn't give him any clips from what they'd found. And I told them when I first started talking to him, I said, don't worry, you're going to get a copy of the episode and all the raw footage that we have, because that's the least we can do to say thank you. He did not charge us a single dime for coming in to look at his place. He was more than happy with us going on in and with our equipment and doing the Paranormal Funky. And yes, 35 episodes of Moonshiners, and I haven't seen any of the ones that Chuck has been in, but Pip has, and she was like, yeah, he was just as charming in those episodes as he was when we met him. And what was really cool, a friend of ours who was documenting. Well, she actually flew all the way from California just to hang out with us because she wanted to go on an investigation with me, and with me and Pip. And she got this great. You know her, chat, Gucci from Stream. Christina, she got this great shot of Chuck standing next to me, and we're bathed in green light because that's what we now film under. And he was asking me all kinds of questions about the devices, and I was like, dude, you're letting us come in here. I'll tell you what you want to know. And I told him about how the thing was supposed to work and how the device does this and this and that and that. And then it went off, and he was like, was that in response to you? And I said, yeah, well, technically, as far as we know, yes, it is. We did buy some of his products, and his products are just as charming and just as deceptive as he is. What I mean by that, I put in maybe this much of his rum into a rum and Coke, gave it to Phil, then I made just as much for myself. I took one sip and I almost fell backwards. Phil looked at me and said, how strong did you make this, T? And then I looked at the bottle, it was 150 proof rum. Oh. So I had one and I was fine. But Chuck makes all kinds of stuff. He makes all kinds of stuff. He makes not only moonshine, he makes Virginia whiskey, which, more or less follows the rules of single malt Scotch or bourbon, but he legally can't call it that sort of thing. I think the coolest thing he makes, though, is he makes a rum chai, a chai flavored rum. You find for days, exactly, Recluse. But he makes a chai flavored rum. And if you're like, that sounds interesting, it's better than you think it tastes. It's better than you think it tastes. Not a drinker. I know, right? He is branching out too in a lot of different things. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to go into any more detail. Let's just say Chuck is still remaining ahead of the curve of things that are not legal but soon will be. And I'm just going to leave it there. You bring it in August. Val, I'll make sure to bring some. It looks like it's a Doug affiliate, Doug FA. Thank you for the follow. Matter of fact, I did want to say real quick to the follows that were happening as well on stream and off, because the Doug is strong in this community at the Monster Mash. Just real quick, I want to say Doug FA. Again, Tukin, Mage Helper, Butterman, Big Balls Are Big, Hamilton and Matthew, Ariana, Gorilla Man, and Neil. Thank you all so much for these follows. I appreciate that. Yes. So kind.
More of that, please. More of that, my girl.
Recluse, I'm telling you, if you think it sounds good, it's better than what it is. It's better than what you think it is. And it is amazing stuff. But that's Chuck. And we're going to have him on the show. Now, it's going to be a different kind of show. We're actually going to go back to the format that we were originally doing on Old Spirits. If you want to take a look at what that was, go ahead and take a look at season 1, or if you want to get a better idea of how we're going to do our show with as far as I know, as far as I have it planned, the way we're going to do the show, if you want to take a look, go ahead and go to season 2 and take a look at either the Candy Factory episodes or the Linville Manor episodes, because those were the first shows where we actually sat down with people and said, here's what we found out. Here's what we walked away from. When is this happening? Okay, keep in mind, it won't be live, but if everything goes the way we have it scheduled, Recluse, that show will either, that investigation, I should say, that investigation will drop, if not late June, sorry, it will either drop late July or late August. In fact, if I look at the projection that I have, and I'm crossing my fingers on that and hoping I don't F up production in any way, shape, or form. It looks like Belmont Farm is either going to be, it's either going to be in early August or the end of August. But the way it looks, now that I'm looking at my schedule, Belmont Farm the Belmont Farm investigation will probably drop as our penultimate season closer, and our season closer following up Belmont will be the old hospital on College Hill. Which, let's go. I'm more than okay with this. I'm doing the long tease, yeah, but I wanted to let everybody know because people knew that I was actually approaching Belmont Farm and saying, you know, can you get Chuck on the show? Can you get Chuck on the show? And I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that that is actually happening. That is actually happening. Pretty excited about it, as you can tell. And like I said, Chuck is the man. Chuck is just great. But that means that now I gotta sort of flip around a few things, and we had to change our stratagems. And now we're working on getting our stuff together for Antietam and Wayside Inn, which is what we're going to review tonight. And for those of you who came in from the Doug Occupy Doug, we should call it. I don't know. I do appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate you all coming back because it tells me that I'm not just a flash in the pan with Mr. Doug. There are folks in Doug's community who decided, I think I do want to be part of this Monster Mash, whatever it's all about. So I do genuinely want to say thank you for coming in and not only giving my stream a swift kick in the pants, but also just hanging out and enjoying the content. I really mean it. I did want to say that the reaction video, as I said earlier, that will be coming probably in the next week or two. I'm gonna make sure that I want to make sure that's polished and it's ready for people to take a look at. There was something else that I wanted to mention, and I am now drawing a complete blank on it. So either it wasn't that important, or Doug Community Represent. Thank you, Gambino. Thank you. Oh, Ganbamo 7. Got it. Yes. Lovely people in that community. Yeah, whatever. There was something on the tip of my tongue that I wanted to share with everybody, and now I got a total flat line on here. So I'm not sure. It must not have been that important. I did also want to say though that we have some stuff upcoming, but we're trying right now. I'm just trying to get some time with Phil, get some time with Tina, sit down and go, okay, what are we planning for in the summer? One of the things I know that we are getting closer and closer to planning is another live investigation of a place that we investigated, and I use investigated in big quotes because this was like this is where I learned how not to stream an investigation, because I didn't have any lights, so most of the stream was pitch black. It was just darkness, and we were at a place called the it was a boutique hotel. Thank you. Yes, it was quite the accomplishment of going to the boutique hotel. The Blackburn Inn. Now, why did we go to the Blackburn Inn? We went to the Blackburn Inn because at one time it was the Western State Asylum. And the guy that used to run it, yeah, he was into eugenics. It's a trap. There's a lot to unpack at this place. Now, of course, the boutique hotel did not necessarily want to lean into this. And they did not. Trust me, they did a lot of things, but they were not leaning in. There was that was one of the reasons why it got shut down, Recluse, and that's one of the things that I was like, well, let's walk. And there was some juju there there was some serious juju there. There was also a distinct possibility that that was the first time that I'd ever been touched by something from the other side, because I felt something drag across my hand, and it was intense. Now, there's a good possibility I will not be able to access that place, because where that area was that I got touched, I wouldn't want to access it during the summer, because when Phil and I were investigating it, we discovered the hard way that there was a wasp's nest somewhere in the vicinity. And I'm like, I don't think I want to challenge that, especially at night. That would suck. So we're going to go on ahead and we're just going to sidestep that. There's plenty of other places we can investigate in and around the Blackburn Inn. So that is on the boards. I just remember now what it was, because of that single follow. Right, Ryan, thank you very much for that follow. I certainly do appreciate it. So I want to point out, you'll notice that I'm getting really, really close to my follower goal. We're now sitting at least on Twitch, the follower goal on Twitch. We have a goal of 7,000 followers. That's one of two accomplishments that I would like to make between now and the end of May. First off, when I started, just to give you some perspective, and this is why I think when people have to introduce them, you talk about that the thought of gross. The thing that I've never liked about influencers is that they introduce themselves as influencers. And in my opinion, you're an influencer when you don't have to tell people you're an influencer. If you have to tell people I'm an influencer, then then pretty much your statistics, and that's about it. And I'm going to use Doug as an example of this. Doug, before Doug posted his video of the thing with Twitch for Dummies, right? My follower goal was at 6,000, and I was sitting for the longest time. I was sitting at roughly 5,200 and some change. I think 5,200 and some change in followers. Now, Doug put that video up roughly 2 weeks ago, and in 2 weeks, I've gone from 5,200 followers to the number you're seeing right here. That's influence. Okay? That's being an influencer. And I, game respects game. I totally get that, and I have nothing but mad respect for Doug for doing that. But I've decided to turn it into my own thing, where if I hit 7,000 in followers and 200 in sub goals, between now and the end of May, I will do another Titan Taco Tuesday stream. I will get dressed up as a taco. I will make tacos live on stream, and that's on YouTube and Twitch. And we will be making it a fundraiser. We will be doing it for charity, and we're going to be raising money for NoKidHungry.org, because NoKidHungry.org is an organization to make sure that kids who are reliant on the school system for their next meal get fed even when school is out of session. And I am one of their stream ambassadors. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. That's if we hit 7,000 before the end of the month. I'm pretty sure we're going to, at the rate we're going. And look, jeez, secondhand dropping a mad tier 1 bomb. Look at this. Woo! Damn, girl. You're going for it, aren't you? You're going for it. Wow. I'm from Doug. I really like your stream so far. Already learned so much Chuck lore. Well, there you go. Thank you, Roxy. Thank you for being here, Roxy. Wouldn't it be funny if the ghost controlled the wasps? That would mean it's a very angry spirit, because let's just be honest, wasps are the pissed off insects of the insect world. They really are. They're the Karens of the insect world. Anyway, so if you want to thank Secondhand for your tier 1 sub, that's going out to Shogundi, to Falcon, to Misty, to Misty Meaner Rayburn, to Cheesy Puffers, to Wintermore, not the belt coming in with a sub. There you go. Not the belt again. Luxord, Luxord 1. Smear Glued Spore. Wow. Lion Bite, and finally Stinky Diaper. Thank you very much. Everybody, enjoy those tier 1 subs. Make sure to thank Secondhand for that, and thank you, Secondhand, for doing that. Gonna give you a second one of those. Woo! Better tea than drugs. And you know what? That's I can handle that. So we're that much closer in our sub goal, and as far as the as far as the follower goal, we are staring at it right now. We're just staring at it. And we got Slurpwist also getting us one step closer. Thank you for that. I certainly do appreciate it. So that's what it was I wanted to tell you all. And before I take a much needed break so that I can get some hydration, because I am going to hydrate. I do promise I am going to hydrate. I'm a crafter. No money for drugs. Not a bad thing to be. Not a bad thing to be. Sorry about that, everybody.
Stay on target.
I'm working on it.
Stay on target.
Working on it. Okay. So anyway, my wife did it again. Just so you know, what? Dress as a taco charity? Down for that? Yes, Macalee. Yes, we did that. We did that on the first Doug entry into my stream, which was the one that actually happened live on his Twitch channel, and he was actually multi-streaming on YouTube. Ironically, now that I think about it, within a few weeks, I'd hit my goals, and so I went on ahead and got dressed as a taco. Made some carne asada tacos from the Holy Book of Danny Trejo, and we had a good night that night. We had a very good night that night. So, and we also raised, I believe, over $500 for No Kid Hungry, which equates to 5,000 meals. That is 5,000 meals for kids.
Hallelujah! Holy shit! Where's the Tylenol?
And I was pretty proud of my my community coming together for that. You know.
Oh, pitter patter, let's get at her.
So can't complain. Cannot complain about that. But going back to what my wife said, my wife did it again. Everybody. She found some heavy duty documentary, and I was glad it was only in 3 parts, because had it been any longer than 3 parts, I think I would have just gone numb. So if you're looking for that documentary series that's going to make you go sweet, you want to find on Netflix The Program. Wow. I just wow. Okay, first, this thing just came out. I think it's barely a month old. But yeah, you need to strap in for this one. I mean, the only way I can describe it is if you took the docuseries that just went live here, Quiet on the Set, and made it darker. Yeah, that's The Program. This was a crazy ass documentary about those schools that masquerade as schools for troubled teens, and good gravy. It was a lot of things. It was a lot of things, but I think the part that shocked me the most about the program was that the program was happening and is still happening in this country. They were actually shutting down these schools in Europe and in South America before they were closing them here, which boggles my mind. And this was happening in the early 2000s. The one that they were looking at was a place called Ivy Cross, Ivy League, Ivy something or other. You're talking about Dan Schneider. Yeah, he wants to sue the makers of Quiet on the Set because, quote unquote, I shouldn't be held accountable for it. I didn't know that sort of thing was going on. I'm being defamed. He really didn't think that out, because now he's basically saying, I didn't know any better, and that wasn't me, because everybody loved me. Nobody had a problem with me. I didn't do anything inappropriate. You're going to see some people coming out of the woodwork now. But yeah, the program is it's only 3 episodes, but whew, those were three very difficult episodes to get through. And now on my watch list, Macalee, I got to get caught up with my wife. She is currently watching what I think is the platform that Alan Tudyk has waited all of his life to be on. I'm finally watching precariously through my wife, or in different points through my wife. I'm watching the series Alien Resident, and I thought it was going to be another one of those cringy sci-fi comedies, because sci-fi and comedy is very hard to get right. Farscape did a really nice job with it, but then there was that other show, Lex. I just couldn't watch Lex. And it was supposed to be this irreverent, weird, quirky show. I did not care for it at all. I did not care for Lex at all. And Eureka. Now, Eureka was a great show. That was a great show for sci-fi. But from the trailers, I was just like, this looks a little cringeworthy. And then I started watching it with Pip, and I'm like, oh my God, this is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. And Alan Tudyk, man, I mean, he made that joke that I guess went viral when he was the voice of Hey Hey in Moana, and he said, I studied at Juilliard. And and now on this show, he is absolutely hysterical. I just started that the other day. 2 episodes in, not bad so far. No, it's great. It's great. I love the way he is just ruthless with the kids. I find that hysterical. I don't know why. I think it must be a parent thing. I don't know. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. And I need to go back and watch, because I watched the pilot. The pilot was actually way stronger than I thought it would be. But there was he was getting ready to set off this bomb that's supposed to wipe out all humanity, and then he was like, but I'm hungry, and he went to go out and get pizza, and then he comes home with like a whole stack of, I have some pizzas in the freezer, you can help yourself if you like. I mean, it's just okay, cool. And you can also tell Tudyk is having way too much fun. I am a sucker for actors who visibly do not try to hide how much fun they're having on a project. You know what I mean? I'm a new viewer, but I have a question. Thank you, by the way. Again, Bamo, you got the right idea. What is the scariest haunting or experience you ever had? That's a really good question. You might think from my reactions in the 5 Minute Paranormals that followed season 3's opener, which was in Charleston, South Carolina, you would assume that would be the scariest thing I ever had experienced. It still isn't. It did catch me off guard, and I'll give you the cliff notes, and if you want to go back and see it, it was in part 2 of our Charleston investigation. In a nutshell, something attacked me, and that's the only way I can describe it. Something attacked me, and I described what happened. I described how it felt. I go into detail both in the episode and also in a follow-up episode that we did, or in a follow-up thing that we call the 5 Minute Paranormal, which was actually 10 minutes. And then I do another follow-up 5 Minute Paranormal, which will be going live tomorrow night at 9 p.m. That 5 Minute Paranormal is me and Resident Moon. We sit down and we talk about what happened and how I could have better prepared myself for that. But in all fairness, the scariest experience I think I ever had was at a place we cannot investigate anymore. We were the last team to investigate it. It was a site just outside of the area I live in, and it's actually closer to where Phil lives. There's a place called Mount Weather, and in Mount Weather, there's this very scenic overlook area. And what I had just recently found out, because the funny thing was, I got lost one day coming home from a visit that Twitch Mom and I had paid to our kiddo, who was our daughter was at a summer camp, and we took a wrong turn, and we wound up driving over Mount Weather. And I went driving past this outcropping of rock, and there was like a cross there, and people left flowers and things like that. And I thought, oh, that must have been sad. It must have been a drunk driver. Turns out it wasn't a drunk driver. It was an airline crash in the early 70s. TWA Flight 514. And OSI was the last team to go there, right? It was the last team. We were the last team to go there. And I'll explain why in a second. But when you see the episode that we actually did 2 episodes about TWA Flight 514. We did of course that was our second episode. Hang on a minute, I'll find out. Oh wait, I can find out up here. Channel content. TWA Flight 514 was, I believe it was our second episode. So if you go all the way back to season 1 of Old Spirits, if you go all the way back to the beginning, Flight 514, yeah, it dropped March 16th, 2022. And it has had 1.4 thousand views. Not bad. Not bad for our channel. Not bad for our channel. But we did that episode, and then we did for our Halloween episode. This was our first season, and we wanted to do like a Halloween special. So we actually re-released TWA Flight 514, but we added another half hour of content to it. And so that it's like a director's cut. It's 1 hour and 50 minutes. So probably more. No. And then we put a couple of shorts with it as well. But that place, TWA Flight 514, that crash site was terrifying. When you went there during the day, it was intense to begin with. You basically push through a clearing of trees, and there's just this area where nothing had grown. It was a perfect circle of trees, and there was a specific tree that was pitted and burnt, and it actually was sheared at the top. And that was what we just assumed that was where the plane just kind of came in, because that was an intense investigation. We caught so many EVPs there, and then there was a device that we have. It's called the Flux 2, and you'll see it in tonight's footage. You'll see the Flux 2 in tonight's footage. It was extremely responsive there, and I was filming it and trying to pay attention to it, Gambam, where I wanted to make sure that there was nothing crawling on it, there were no flies, there were no insects, and it wasn't. But it was responding to my questions directly, which I found not only amazing, but I also found it a little on the intense side. It was a lot to process for me, and then Phil came up with this incredible idea. And when I say incredible, I don't mean incredible in the good way. It was just an incredible thought. He said, "Hey T, why don't we go back? Let's go back to the crash site at night." Wow. I did. I don't regret it, but I regret it. It was, I had never known fear like that. And I remember the trigger was when we got out there, we got everything set up, and my adrenaline is going, and it just feels really good, and we were all stoked. And then Phil said, "Is there anyone here that wants to communicate with us tonight?" And the moment he asked that, I just felt something shift in the air. And I just knew, I said, "We are not welcome here. We are, there's something wrong with this. We really should not be here right now." And the flux went off only once while we were there. Now, keep in mind, it was going off left and right for the entire day. But at that moment, it only went off once. And when it went off, it was positive. But yeah, if you watch the episode, you'll see what happened afterwards, and you also see some of the clips, you know, of what we caught there. But yeah, now the reason why you can't go back to TWA right now is because they've built luxury homes on the site. You heard me right. You heard me right. There are luxury custom-built homes on the site of where 92 people were snuffed out like that. I have an unmarked graveyard in the woods in my backyard. Got any tips for ghost hunting? Here's what I would say, Roxy. Don't just go on ahead and go at night. I don't think that's a smart idea. Go during the day. Believe it or not, ghosts will be around during the day. Why do I know this? Because some of the best captures I've made have been during the day. Now, if you feel up for it and you want to go at night, you can go at night. I'm still here. Guys had to finish the steak that was on the grill. No, that's fine, guy. I appreciate that. Do not go alone. Yeah, that's a great one. Don't go alone. Even during the day, don't go alone. Yes, thanks, Macaulay. I would also not go alone. I know plenty of paranormal investigators who do work alone, and I don't think it's smart, because if something goes wrong, and I don't necessarily mean something going wrong on the investigation. I mean, I've been investigating for roughly 3 years, coming up on 3 years, and this thing that happened in Charleston, it happened last year, and I had already been investigating for nearly 2 years by that point. So, and the reason why Resident Moon and Cassie are saying the things they're saying, if you go back in some of the stuff over at OSI, you'll actually see Cassie Hobbs, aka Val. You'll see them on a Grim Gazette, because Cassie used to ghost hunt with the Atlantic Paranormal Society, or TAPS. She was not on the show, but she did investigate with TAPS, and that was something we talked about. And both Val and Resident Moon, aka Spence, we just did a big paranormal investigation in Spence's hometown of Clifton Forge. So these are people that are giving you very sound advice. And the thing is that you want to make sure that any kind of paranormal investigation you do, you want to make sure that you understand this isn't a sideshow. What you see Zach Baggins do on his show and others of his ilk, that's not paranormal investigating. That's paranormal entertainment. And you know, people dig what the twin paranormal twins do. People dig Sam and Colby. They and you know what? Good on them. If that's what you're enjoying, good on them. Are they paranormal investigators? No. They're great paranormal entertainers, but they are not paranormal investigators. It's
Demons.
Demons. Oh.
Thank you. Exactly. Only one medical emergency from a very bad time, and if you're alone, there's no one to help. Exactly, Little King. Exactly. Sorry, not sorry. No, you should not be sorry. You're absolutely right, Little King. When you go out with a team, whether it's one person or quite a few people, if you're with people that you trust, it's a better experience. Plus, you all have something to corroborate. You know, you have people that you can basically say you saw that, right? Or you experienced this, right? And those little details do matter. But you want to make sure that whatever you're doing it respectfully and you're doing it safely. Which is why when people go, well, why are you doing this, T? What's in it for you? Are you doing it for the thrill? Are you doing it for an adrenaline kick? What are you doing it for? I'm doing it because it is the most interactive form of history that you could probably engage in, apart from going to a Renaissance festival or some type of historical village. honest to God, I mean, if you're lucky, history talks back to you, and that's why I've been doing this. So so let's go ahead and let's jump into the review footage for tonight. I want to go ahead and give you a behind the scenes look at how we put together an episode, how the sausage is made, if you will. But right now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get some hydration. I'd like to go ahead and get some pumpkin for this guy, and maybe some treats for the big fella because Sebastian is here now, and want to make sure that the cats are taken care of. I'm taking care of, but I want you to do that yourself. Thank you for that hydrate. You waited for it. You've earned it. Fantastic. Make sure you hydrate, and I do mean hydrate. Make sure you hydrate. Have yourself a stretch. If you've forgotten to take your meds, please make sure to take your meds right now. Make sure to be good to yourself. I say this stuff online, and I don't mean it lightly. I'm a dad. I'm a dad that not only takes care of myself for my family, but I make sure that my family is taking care of themselves as well. So yeah, and yes, hydrate and pumpkin. That's our goals for right now. So let me go on ahead and let me take care of that. I will be back, in a few. Don't worry, it won't be a long break. It won't be a long break, and we're gonna jump right into it. So I'll see you all in just a few. I'm gonna go look for the invader.
I'm willing to bet probably Steps.
He is Steps because I am at drill and he is not here. And over there.
I don't see him.
Yep, there he is.
Got him?
Woo! Let's go, baby.
This is what the Taken feel. Revel in this. One down. That's two. Seconds left. Bury another. Look at him now. They're dead.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take that. That felt really good. That felt really good. Come on, give me some hype in chat. Give me all your hype emotes in chat.
Let's go,
Do
baby.
It. Do it. Do it, baby.
All right, I've got a super going.
All right, they are right in front of you. Throw it. Hit it, baby.
Yeah,
Hit it.
I got some, baby.
Oh my God, he got him. He got his first invader kill.
Check, can we get some hype in chat, baby? I got another one.
There we go.
Let's go. I'm just
All right,
I don't care. I'm camping spawn right now. It's a black guy doing this. And I'm back, baby. All right, let's kill this primeval and go home.
Yes.
Woo!
All right, melt the primevals, fire team. Melt the primeval. Let's make this happen.
Let's go. Oh, I'm dead. Let's melt this, baby.
Let's hit this. Let's hit it.
All right,
hit
let's
it,
go
baby.
on a
Hit
win,
whatever
folks.
you got. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Yeah,
Let's go! How many did you take out? How many did you take out?
I don't know. I think I took out like maybe 2 or 3.
It'll say in your stats.
It'll say my stats. Okay, let's see. Let's see, chat. Come on.
Let's do this. Oh my God! He was one away from an army of 1. Let's go!
Yeah! Oh my God, we did it! Woo!
Through a grant from No Kid Hungry, which was a majority of our resources, right? That to be able to purchase this truck and get it going. So families have a hard time to get from one place to another place. And I was like, man, why can't we be the ones to get to them, right? And we could lift off that burden, you know, eliminate that barrier and be able to serve our students, our families, in a way that they feel like we actually care for them.
Hi, I'm Steve Saylor, aka Blind Gamer Steve. I'm a content creator and accessibility advocate and consultant in the video game industry.
My name is T Morris. People call me T. They call me T Monster. I also go by Twitch Dad.
When I started looking into wanting to stream, I had known this dude here for about, I think about 10 years at that point. And so I reached out to him. I was like, hey, you know what? I know you play Destiny. Would you be cool at kind of helping me and guiding me through the game? I've never played it before.
This is when I gave you a little bit of honesty. I said, are you sure you want me? Because you see me play, so you know how bad my aim is. It'll be the blind leading the blind. And he went, that's what we'll call it.
All right, there's the Traveler. There's the Traveler in front of us. Let's go. Walk forward. Walk forward. I want you to enjoy this.
As someone who has a disability where it affects my vision and it is hard for me to be able to play games in general, having someone take the time and guide me through being able to play a game and not try to rush me through things, that meant the world to me.
There's that. All right. Oh, there he is. Yes! Yeah! Hit him! Oh, yeah!
In any other game, it's usually people don't want to play with a disabled person. Whereas with Destiny, I can jump in with T, I can jump in with my friends, and even when we just jump in with random blueberries in the community, we can still be able to help each other out, and that's why I love Destiny.
Did you shoot my friend? That was a bad choice.
It's all about being able to reach out and pick someone up and being like, we can do this together. And that is being a hero. It's being able to lift everyone else up.
It's not about you. It's about the fire team. That's what makes a good Guardian, is when it's about reaching the end goal and reaching it together.
Still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that? What was that?
Someone needs some cat balls. You have.
What is that? What is that? Do you hear that, Pip? It's a very, wow, hang on. It's a very rushed, it sounds like a rushed whisper.
Someone needs some cat balls.
Yeah, I thought it was something on the floor, but it's not.
Someone needs some cat balls.
I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Turn around? Oh, no. Just so everyone is witness. Witness me! Witness me! Just so you're all seeing it. As you can see, Benedict is getting more than just his pumpkin. I made upstairs a weird slurry of, there's cat food in there, there's pumpkin in there, and then there's this odd sauce that we got recommended by the vet. This odd goop. It's more goop, everybody. It's more goop for cats and dogs. And weirdly enough to me, it smells like an odd barbecue sauce. And I've mixed it all in there, and he is chowing down on it. He does need to gain weight. It's always been a thing with him. So I'm okay. I'm okay with experimentation. We'll see how it goes. All right. Hi, everybody. We are back. We are back once again with another look at the episode that we are making right now, which is the episode in Antietam. And it's starting to take some shape, and you get to see it in its most raw form. So I'm going to go on ahead and kind of bring everybody up to speed here. Oh, and I am going to have to cut off the music because this is the funny thing about putting together episodes for Old Spirits. A weird thing is that sometimes when I'm going back and I'm listening to and watching the video that we got from the location, I will sometimes catch stuff that I missed, and I don't know how it happened, but there it is. So what we're going to do is you're going to actually see the intro that we filmed for it, and then we're going to go on ahead and we're going to jump back in to Antietam. And let's see, I'm just going to make sure that this is the... Oh, wait, was I supposed to take that? No. Whenever you are set.
I'm set.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody.
I might actually start the episode like that. I might have, whenever you are set. And as you can see, I gave Phil for Christmas, and it also doubles as his birthday, but I gave Phil for Christmas and his birthday an Old Spirits hockey jersey. I do have an Old Spirits hockey jersey that is original artwork that we have there, and I think it sings. I think it's a good look for him. But okay, so here we go. Whenever you are set.
I'm set.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody, to our next investigation. You know that we are fans of the battlefield here at Old Spirits, and with this investigation, we are excited to bring you the battlefield of Antietam.
Now, we have to give credit where credit is due. This was not our idea. This was all done by the ladies. Now, I don't remember exactly, Phil, when this happened, but they went off and they did their own adventure.
They went off and had their own adventure.
They went and did their own thing.
In the cold of February.
And they came back with some really compelling stuff. And right after we were done filming Couples Weekend, the very first one.
Very first.
That was when we... I don't think we can do that for every intro, Gam Bam, but trust me, there will be very raw moments throughout the season. Just showing the other side of Old Spirits. I think it's fair. Went to Antietam, all four of us.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw that they brought back, which, correct me if I'm wrong, we'll see some of that in this episode.
Oh, yeah, you're going to see some of that.
We were back out to Antietam, within a couple weeks?
Within a couple weeks, yeah.
If that's saying anything at all.
And, yes, I will just come out and say it. I'm not a big fan of the outdoor investigations, but in this case, I made an exception and said, okay, let's do this thing. So are we ready to take a look at what we found? First, what the ladies found, then what we found when we got to Antietam?
Well, I think before we do that, T, why don't we remind our viewers to like, subscribe, and enable notifications so you know when content's going to drop. And we are happy to announce that we have recently opened our membership section.
No. Couldn't quite keep up, I think. Hang on. I want to make sure I hear this. I also think I might have to. So one of the things that we are still getting used to over at Old Spirits, I don't know if you can see them, but if you look on the hockey jerseys, you'll notice just above and to the right of the Goalie Ghost's head, you'll see a Rode wireless mic there. And Yeah, we're still getting used to the sensitivity. I'm gonna have to start fiddling with the gain on that. Right now, it's something we are fixing in post, but trying to take the sound down just a little bit. Come on. Ugh. Just fix that. I'll zoom in on this and yeah, 15 decibels. No, I don't want to make it louder. I want to make it softer. Don't want to make it louder. Make it softer, T. Please make it softer. All right, come on. There we go. That's about it. Okay, so let's take that back. Okay.
Viewers to like, subscribe, and enable notifications so you know when content's going to drop. And we are happy to announce that we have recently opened our membership section of our YouTube channel where you can get all kinds of exclusive content.
Almost feel choked up, everybody, because that's usually my jam, and I completely blanked in that moment. I was so excited to get to the evidence, but you're absolutely right.
Because teamwork makes the dream work, baby.
Oh, I wish I hadn't said that. And on that note,
edit.
Yeah, and now to the investigation.
All these and other questions.
So you remember what I was saying earlier? I was talking about the Flux 2. That's a Flux 2 right there, and it has a green light and a red light. And the way Pip has it calibrated right now, it's for whatever reason there are certain times where the spread is too much and it starts to freak out like that. And what I mean by the spread is that depending on where you set that knob, you're measuring 2 feet in every direction, 3 feet in every direction, 4 feet in every direction. And it tends to, what I've noticed is that the flux works better when you're working in a tighter field, like 1 or 2 feet. So yeah. So that's just something right there. Just finished work, need to feed the cats, but I may need to lay down. That's more than fair. That is more than fair. Okay, so let's get back to this.
If you're going to keep doing that, I'm just going to turn you off. Okay, all right. What?
I should also point out, this was the first time that Pip and Tina had actually gone off and done something solo. I mean, they kill it, but you know, this was their own doing. They're on their own and had Tina in this segment right here.
So that's off.
Okay, good night, Mika. And right now, Pip is using an app called GhostTube.
Have you ever had anybody in this church with these amount of flashing lights? Okay, so now at least it's going blue.
Yep.
So this device in front of us. Don't. You don't want to use this device? Would you like to tell us your name? Green.
And you'll notice that that's what happened. The green light goes off. So you have a green light on one side, red on the other.
You would like to tell us your name. Okay. Well, I am going to push this record button here.
Wait a minute. Did I miss a beep there? I think I missed a beep there.
Push this record button here.
Yeah, I did.
Push this record button here.
Okay. And you'll notice that it beeped. Very short. Just real quick, beep. That means it's picking up some kind of motion. And the fact that it happened on just this side, it means that it's over here. Had the red light come on, that would have been like, oh, okay, it was on this, it was on the other side as well. But
well,
it looks like
I am going to push this record button here.
And the faster the beep, like if you hear a succession of beeps, it means that something is very close to it, very close to the device. Okay. And let's see. I may have to move. I may have to change this here. Whoa. Didn't want to do that. Oh, I was using the wrong. All right. If you want to do it, my PC works against me. Okay, so. Oh, okay. Well, then I'm going to redo all of these. Give me a second, everybody. This is what I mean by sometimes when you go back to review and see, okay, let's see how this flows, you wind up going, oh, I missed this, or I missed that, or I missed something else. So, yeah. Turns out I missed something kind of important, so I'm going to fix this. All right, so that is... So that's Chuck Green, and then this should be... Oh, we also give our devices call signs. We call this one Chuck because this particular one, the orange one, it's the Halloween edition. So I named it after it's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown, and it's Chuck. So there you go. Could the person walking in the background affect the beeping motion? No, because it only detects motion on either side like this. So that's how it works. Can't stay, but I saw you were live. Wanted to drop by saying a couple of things. I hope the stream goes well. Thank you. You're the best Twitch dad around. Thank you again. Benedict is amazing and my idol. Ah, bless your cotton socks. I know, Dak, that Benedict appreciates that. So thanks, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yes.
All right.
More of that, please.
And so let's go on ahead and let's back up a step and let's watch this sequence again.
It's going blue. So this device in front of us. Don't. You don't want to use this device? Would you like to tell us your name? Green.
Right.
You would like to tell us your name. Okay. Well.
Now, if it had been a long tone, either high or low, that would have been a temperature change. But with it being that quick of a beep, that usually means it's detecting some kind of motion.
I am going to push this record button here. You are doing something very strange.
And that's really interesting. That
Okay,
it
I'm now recording.
did 3 beeps like that.
So if you could just leave those lights be for a little bit. Let me show you how they work. There's nothing interfering with it in that direction, is there?
Marilyn.
Marilyn? Whoa.
Now, you see, I find that interesting. I find that very interesting. She said, can you tell me your name? And then and then Chuck goes off consistently with the green light. And now normally I don't go into the green means yes, red means no until we establish both sides going off, right? Marilyn that lives in Maryland. Yeah, I know, right, Aurelis? But I thought that was interesting that it was giving her the green light on, can you tell me your name? And then the next thing to come out of Ghost Tube is Marilyn. So that's interesting. That's very interesting. But that's Pip right now, just messing with it, just to show how it works.
Okay. So
and like I said, this was her first outing, and I thought she did great.
And we've come to learn about this place. This building kind of called to us. We've come to learn what we can about what happened here.
They're currently in the church that's on the battlefield of Antietam.
Would like to talk to us. Oh, the green light is not going off. Should I recalibrate that again? Do you remember?
Shovel.
Do you remember?
Shovel.
Do you remember?
Shovel.
Shovel.
Now that that is actually that was a EVP that we picked up the first time we looked at this footage. So yeah, I went back and I actually confirmed it on two different sources. You saw that we picked it up on the main camera, but then we also picked it up on the H4, which is the recording device you saw in frame earlier. Now I got to find out if Tina actually had, because there was another camera running. I want to see if I can work in that second camera angle as well. Oh, I thought it was spanning shovel and chat. No, actually, the funny thing is that the drop in that people are talking about, which I think I still have on here. Give me a second. Where did I put it? I moved some stuff around on my board here. I didn't get rid of it. Where is it? There's Let's Go. Oh, I think I might have forgotten to put it on here. Suggest to let that one marinate. Choring. Thursdays, it's a trap. Coffee, Pac-Man, anticipation, stay on target. Monster. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait. No. No, there's that. Down. Guardian down. And then there's oh yeah. Well, anyway, the thing I usually had here for shovel, that was the source material. So yeah. I heard something, but not make out what it was. Yeah, that's why Mac Lee, what we try to do is we try to show people we hear something here, then we go back and we do the replay. And what I heard after a lot of listening, I heard, what is that? And what's interesting is that going back and listening to this over the weekend when we were filming, it was the fact that Pip didn't hear it, but apparently Tina did, because you actually hear Tina say, I don't know. So it's, yeah. So we thought that was interesting. Thought that was very interesting.
Are there graves nearby? Did you bury someone here?
I imagine after the battle there were a lot of people to bury.
Now this chapel is right by a road, so
Let me show you how this device works here if you can't quite manage.
Okay, Val, take care.
No,
By the way,
this
Marv,
is
good
red,
evening.
no. Hold on, let me see if I can. So that's green. That's for yes, right? And then that's for no. So when we ask you a question, you could touch this side for green. and let us
Oh,
know
sure.
if
Thank you,
the answer is
Gambam.
yes.
Hope to see you again.
Or the other side is no.
Or you can touch the silver stick.
Oh, the silver stick. We love our silver stick. You can just talk to us.
See, I'm trying to figure out, because there is another camera there's another camera there, and I just have to see where the footage is, because it's great ghost hunting. It's a little tougher when I'm trying to get footage from other people and I can't find said footage. Let me just see if it's anywhere on here. Let me do this. And Tetum. Here we go. Here we go. That's audio. Yeah, I have here investigations. And then I go to Antietam. And unfortunately, the video I have is not the one. Now, I have to check. I'll have to check my Dropbox just to double check, make sure that it's in there as well. It might be in there as well. I don't know. Let's find out.
Are there any soldiers here that died in the battle?
And see, that time it turned red. And this is how I know it's Pip's first outing on her own.
This is great.
I could tell
Anyone
by
want a hug?
Speaking of which,
No hugs.
I could tell by the tone that it was the red side, and they also acknowledged it being red. But she's shooting at the one spot that Chuck isn't at. So, I love my wife. And I just saw her pop in, so I wanted to make sure. Remember, Tina lost that footage. Oh, that's right, she lost that footage. Ouch. Yeah, that happened in a macaclysm, if you will. So it's not. You're saying, hon, it's not even on the Dropbox, correct? At least I heard them say that it was red.
A member of a farming family here. Somebody that worked this land before the battle.
The echo in this place is really rough with audio. But you can hear how quiet it is. That's the amazing bit.
Is there something older that's here?
Now, you might hear, especially if you're watching this stream either on YouTube or here on Twitch, if you're listening to the stream with headphones, you might be hearing some voices in the background. There were other people at Antietam. It was cold, but sometimes when you're doing unscheduled investigations in public places like this, there are people going back and forth, and you hear it a lot in the footage that we all got when the four of us went back. So yeah.
There are people talking off in the distance, just in case.
And you see, now I got to give my wife kudos because she earned it in that moment. One of the things that, because I know that there were some people in chat that were asking like for advice and things like that. Something that's very important when you're going through footage and when you're actually recording data on premises. If you hear like voices outside, if you hear voices coming from outside and you know it's the general public, it's good to say things like that, like that's traffic going by, there's rain, there's this, there's that. That way you avoid, did you hear those voices? Did you hear those voices? And they're not actually coming down the hall, they're actually outside. And they could be people just, enjoying the evening. So, or, out during the afternoon. You want to make sure that on whatever you're recording data on, you say that was this or that was that. If you don't know what it was, if you don't use the term that was me, then that's when you have to say, did you hear that? Or was that you? And when you can dismiss yourself and you can take yourself out of the equation and everything else, then it stops being outside noise or outside interference, and then it starts to become closer and closer to paranormal. Okay? Yeah.
No. What do you think about General Lee? Was he a good man? Yeah, what was that? I don't know. Did you just say something?
So you notice that Tina said, "Did you hear that?" But then there are people that automatically spoke up. So there probably are some people wandering around here.
So that was all recording outside. Just imagine if it was full tourist season. They look like they're having a good time. Does it bother you when people come here and have a good time? Considering how much pain was in this place? No, okay.
That's agreeing.
Agreeing, yes. So you don't mind. You don't mind that people come here and have a good time.
So I was like, to me, I was gonna say yes. I did mind.
You do mind? Oh my goodness.
Maybe we'll get clarification.
Yes, clarification on that.
Goes
maybe.
away and make it light up. Green for it annoys you.
Yes.
Or upsets you.
Red for it's okay. I don't mind.
But you heard the difference in the tone. That meant that it was picking up a temperature change, and the fact that it was the green light going off again.
Yeah, I
that's
guess
it.
like
It's interesting. Is that proof of the paranormal? Is that solid proof of the paranormal? It's interesting. It's interesting, particularly if it's in response to one of Pip's questions.
It's a beautiful
Ooh,
place.
wait a minute. What was that? I thought I just heard something in that moment.
Yeah, I heard something like something. We'll have to check that. It is a beautiful place. Did you enjoy worshipping here? He hasn't said really. No, I don't think it annoys them. We would love to know your name. If your name is Marilyn.
I thought I heard something in there,
feel
but
free
it
to
turns
light
out I
up
hadn't.
this device green, or give us a yes. Use any of the words that you can find on this box I'm holding in my hand.
Pardon me, everyone.
Do people come here often looking for you?
Okay, thank you, Macalee. Thank you for the comments. Thank you for the questions. Appreciate it. Have a great night. Have a great night. Again, one of the reasons I do this, one of the reasons why I do footage review and episode reviews and things like that is basically I'm trying to establish an open transparency when it comes to this stuff. Because everyone thinks when you say you're ghost hunting live, or you say you're ghost hunting, it's what you see on television. It's a lot of the wild stuff that you see people doing. When I say people, I mean Zach Baggins, or some of the other sensational investigators that are out there, like Stephen Shipley and others, where they're running after people or they're running after ghosts. They're making extremely wild jumps in logic when it comes to trying to explaining how things work. Yeah, dude, bro. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I appreciate about you.
I know you do, Arelis. I know. Bless your heart. And I mean that in the nice bless your heart, not the bless your heart. You live in the South. You have to be very, very careful how you phrase that. You have to be very careful how you phrase it. Okay, but yeah, I try to show people that this is part of ghost hunting. This is part of it, getting in there. And when I get people that say, "Oh, you're faking it," or "You're throwing this into in post-production or something," I always go back with, "Hang on a minute. You mean to tell me that I'm going to sit through hours of footage with audio and video, and you think I'm just going to drop in a, what is that? You think I'm going to do that after sitting? No, if I'm going to do something in post, it's going to like hit home. It's going to be somebody reading the preamble of the Constitution. It's going to be Patrick Henry saying, 'Give me liberty, give me death.' Not an innocuous 'get out.' Because quite honestly, if it's hours of stuff I'm sitting through, I want to make it worth my time.
I suggest you let that one marinate.
So there you go. This is just an open transparency approach to paranormal investigation, I want you to know this is what we do. This is part of what we do. So thank you. Thank you for being here. And if you got questions, I would, as you've already seen, if you got questions about this, I'm always open to answer. Always open to answer if it's within my wheelhouse. And yes, the hydration, it matters. So that is the recorder that I'm currently listening to the audio from. And you can see it's a very clean recording. But then again, so is Pip's iPhone. It was also, you know, and we just got new iPhones, so apparently the audio is even better.
No, if you don't want to talk, that's okay. We'll move on. But this is certainly a very quiet place. If you'd like us to leave, then you can light this up green and we will leave.
And as you can see, it's working fine because the sensors aren't picking up Pip. So Pip's out of range, which is good. It's good.
There's definite weight to the silence in here.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking the same thing, Pip.
Well, we're going to move on and walk down closer to the worst of the fight, where the worst of the fighting was. I hope that's okay. We just really want to find out about what happened here, the stories of the people that lived here and died here. All right, shall we?
You can sit while I get Remington and stuff.
Okay. We'll just sit here for a second.
Is there anything else you want to say?
Breaks my heart about not being able to get the footage off that other camera.
Since I'm always asking, is there anyone here from the Army of the Potomac? Defending Washington, D.C. If not, we're going to keep looking. We're going to go down to another part of the... Nobody. Okay, there's nobody here from... That's fine. This is probably the space of people who worshipped in this church rather than the soldiers. So, thank you for that. I'm going to take this device away now, but I'm going to leave my ghost tube running and this recording, so if you want to say anything else, feel free. Tell us your name.
Well, you weren't necessarily wrong in that particular moment, hon. You just...
We might not
I
hear
think
it
what it was
straight away.
I think what it was you know, that could have been a response of there's no one here from the Army of the Potomac. And that's a valid, you know, that could have been a valid thing. So it just depends on how if there were people from the Army of the Potomac at Antietam. But that could have still been a legitimate answer that no, there was nobody there from the Army of the Potomac. So I don't know if I wouldn't think you would be wrong unless you're our researcher, so you would know. You would know if there was
We might
if there was
take it back
anybody
to our
there.
husbands and shock them with it.
This was also before Pip got a stand for her phone. So yeah, when she said she leaves Ghost Tube running, she does, but she leaves it face down. So yeah, that's why we basically cut the black here. There's a good possibility I will be cutting this unless we find anything. Unless we find anything in here.
To our husbands and shock them with it. Okay, I'm gonna carry this. Yeah, it was a, yeah, it sounded like it was over where you were.
I think this was also before Pip got her chest harness for her phone, so that might be another thing too. It's always fun. It's always fun to look at older investigations and see some of the gear that we didn't have, and just some of the small things that we did to compensate for that. You know, like on this investigation, it's just Pip and her phone. On the next investigation, you see Pip's got a harness, or she's got something for her shoulder, and the phone's mounted nice and steady. It's because these are all hard lessons learned as we're doing this. It's the joys of working in the paranormal.
Figured it.
We have our devices. Thank you for.
Now I'm trying to remember why she got that EMF alert. Because they're in a church. There's nothing electric in that church. And she got that EMF alert.
Thank you for having us in your church. You stay here.
I know that she took Chuck with her. I'm not sure if she took any other devices with her.
We only travel light compared to the boys, so. Yeah, that's a hell of a location.
I prefer the term prop heavy. Okay.
Yeah.
There would have vibe and an energy, and when they said shovel, and Sonny was looking outside, kind of coincidentally looking outside and wondering if anyone was buried.
Just checking on this. So this is.
Yeah, there's like more sections down there too. We just need to take this.
Yeah. So this is the. So this was a.
So this is footage that pretty much I don't think a lot happens between here and where Pip and Tina wind up. I'm pretty sure. I think it's pretty much just them walking. They walk some more. They continue walking. Yeah. They basically just get a far away view of the church. I don't think anything. Don't think they caught anything of merit here. I think they're actually going back to the car actually. So because they drive to another location. So here's what we do. We basically go on ahead and we put in a rejoinder, and we find a good place to end around here. That may not be a good place to end because it's like, okay, so it's an EMF alert, but I can't tell if she's standing around anything metal or if she herself triggered that. There can be a lot of things that you do to trigger an EMF alert like that. But if I remember correctly, she does say something around here where we can just say, okay, we're going to go on ahead and wrap it up.
If not, we're going to keep looking. We're going to go down to another part of the. Nobody. Okay, there's nobody here from. That's fine. This is probably the space of people who worshipped in this church rather than the soldiers. So, thank you for that. I'm going to take this device away now, but I'm going to leave my ghost tube running and this recording. So, if you want to say anything else, feel free. Tell us your name.
Okay, so.
Nobody here.
I'll do this.
That's fine. This is probably the space of people who worshipped in this church rather than the soldiers. So, thank you for that. I'm going to take this device away now, but I'm going to leave my ghost tube running and this recording. So, if you want to say anything else, feel free.
Right there. That's where we'll wrap it up. And how we'll wrap it up will be like this. Give it a bit of a stinger and move on to the next thing. All right, so I'll do, let's see, that. And then, let's see. All right, and then we go back. It's just me making sure I know where all the controls are. All right. Welcome to seeing how the sausage is made. And we will go there. And we'll zoom in a bit. Maybe not 2 seconds. Maybe not 2 seconds. There we go. Let's see.
This recording, so if you want to say anything else, feel free. It's recording, so if you want to say anything else, feel free. Want to say anything else, feel free.
So that's where I want it to end, on that swell. But I want you to hear feel free. So that should work. Let's see.
But I'm going to leave my ghost tube running and this recording, so if you want to say anything else, feel free.
There you go. There you go. Oh, yeah, you're leaving, Roxy? Thanks very much for watching. Appreciate it. And I hope you come back in for another time. Thanks a lot. Have a good night. Let's see. Okay, so I've got the timing of that. Got the timing of that. Now, I come back here to earlier in the video. And I drop, or rather, I copy and paste this. So copy. And then paste. Okay. And now we segue in with the other stuff, with the investigation where Phil and I get involved. Now, question is finding that. So I believe that is Antietam Church. There we go. And all right, and I'm just gonna. An ironic bit. This is what I find so funny. Pip actually says at one point after we leave, yes, we travel much lighter than the boys. That's what Pip said, right? And yet on this, I only brought one camera with me. I didn't know how much I was. The only other camera that I have on this trip is Dutch. And Dutch is the Flying Dutchman, aka my drone. So I couldn't use that. But this is going to be covering all of the church, and this is going to be part one. This will be part one of the episode. And what I'll do is I will pop it there. Okay. Let's see what happens. So what Pip and Tina did was more or less a preliminary investigation, or just a quick and dirty investigation of Antietam, just to see, okay, would this be worth our time going in and having a look at? And it turns out, yeah, it was. And now we get to where the four of us show up. So this is how we go.
And this recording, so if you want to say anything else, feel free.
Now, instead of it saying Pip and Tina's initial investigation, we now say OSI. OSI investigation, because now it's not just Pip and Tina, now it's not just Phil and T, it's all four of us. So it's an official OSI joint now. And we say Antietam Battlefield, Maryland, and we went back there. I have the date. Let's see. And this is how we run investigations. I know teams that will do an investigation and then 2 weeks later they'll put it on their show. But what we're doing is when we film in 2023, that's content for 2024. Rarely will we have 2024 content in the current season. It's just so that we make sure that we have a backlog, because this is a part-time thing for us right now. Me and Phil, we have to squeeze in an investigation when and where we can. So unlike Amy's Crypt, unlike Paranormal Quest at all, they're doing this full time, and God love them for it. But we're not at that stage yet. We're not at that stage yet. I would like to be at that stage, but until then, it's going to be film the episodes in 2020, or film the footage in 2023, make the episodes in 2024. And this particular one, we were there on a Sunday, February 26th. So roughly 2 weeks after Tina and Pip visit, we're there now. Yeah, 26th of February. And that's the starting temperature. That's important to note. That's important to note.
Stand on the doorway and look up, like, there's the ghost of a very angry woman now.
Ghost of a very angry Colombian.
It's beautiful out here.
Now the vibraphone, that's just us walking around, so I should probably make a note of that.
Ghost of a very angry Colombian.
So I'll just come in here and I'll just say, yep. And this particular day, it was chilly, but it was that kind of really nice chilly, where people could just walk around and not be miserably cold. It was like super nice sweater weather, and you're gonna see some people coming in, going out. You'll notice that we're real talkative until we're not, Let's see, vibration debunked, investigators moving in the church. Yeah. And then I was going to leave that. Let's see, we'll make that what? Yeah. And I'll give it a nice slow fade so that people know, okay, it's happening throughout. Debunking is always disappointing, but you know what? It's worthwhile in the end. It's because it's the stuff you can't debunk. That's the stuff it's really hard to get around. All right. Here we go.
Ghost of a very angry woman now.
Ghost of a very angry Colombian.
It's beautiful.
Ghost of a very angry Colombian.
It's beautiful out here.
There you go.
That's a kid on a tricycle push.
Nice.
That might be enough.
Now that's the way you want. That's the way you want to be doing.
Excuse me, it's a little chilly. Oops.
You want to move it back?
I wonder what that there is.
Now, what's important to know about this, when I get the EMF hits on this, what's important to know is that we're in a church that has 0 lights in it. They haven't done anything to put lights in this church. There is no heating system. There is just the wood of the pews and everything else. The structure itself, there's nothing electric in there whatsoever. The only things that are putting off electricity are our phones, the camera, and the and of course whatever's running in the Eddy Plus. So to get that random EMF hit, that's pretty impressive. That's pretty freaking impressive.
It did just go off.
Oh, that was the REM bus.
Yeah. we got up to orange there.
It's beautiful out there today.
And that device is not going to hurt you. That's just a way for us to know that you're here. Yeah, it's not going to hurt you.
Just heard that. Oh. Shouldn't be Red Pod. It should be REM Pod. I must have been tired when I typed that. All right. But you can hear the kids outside.
Connect with you. Let you know that your story's not bad. Or you hear about yourself. You hear about yourself, you get that little green light up just once. And don't go.
See, you got other tourists coming in, so we kind of go in the lowdown.
So you managed to get a water picture? Yeah. Did you sell it? Oh no.
Oh, did you want me to move my bag? Yeah,
okay. The
I was in here with you.
Oh, I was ready. What's that monument over there? We didn't go up there last time. Yeah, it's everywhere.
So this is also interesting. A pressure change, and what it's saying is that there is something happening around the device that it's picking up something drastic enough in the local area of this Eddy device that it's picking up a dramatic pressure change. It's a barometric feature, and the theory, I've looked it up, the theory is that if pressure, humidity, temperature, and of course EMF, if any of these factors are having these sudden changes, like, it's normal, then something, there's a weirdness, that's usually attributed to something trying to communicate, something trying to manifest. These are all theories in the paranormal, and you take them at face value. There's nothing that I'm actually looking forward to. I'm going to be sitting down with a astrophysicist, and we're going to be talking about this on a podcast where we talk about the line or the intersection between science, quantum physics, and the paranormal. And that should be fun. It should be a lot of fun. It's not going to be me going, I'm right, you're wrong, or Dr. Gay saying to me, yeah, okay, T, whatever. It's not going to be that. I mean, there's going to be some of that back and forth, but we are planning to really look at this from a serious point of view. And it should be a lot of fun to produce. I'm looking forward to it. But what you see here, that's kind of fascinating too, because again, there shouldn't be anything that really affects what's happening around the Eddy. It was a perfectly beautiful day, and whatever fast Eddy is picking up, it's not normal. On top of that, you'll notice that it's 63.5. It's 63.5 degrees, and that, let's see, that is a difference. Let me just see. I'm trying to remember what this started at. Let's see. So we started. Where are we now? 1713. But when we started, when we first got there, it was 65.4 degrees. 65.4 degrees. And that was at 14. That's at 14 minutes 3 seconds. It is now just after. It is just beyond. It's just beyond 3 minutes. Temperatures nearly dropped 3 degrees. And you know, when you watch paranormal shows, they always talk about the dramatic drop.
Why do you seem so scared?
Thank you, Death Savior.
Please come and play with me. I'm so lonely.
It just seems a little sus that for every minute that's going by, it's getting colder. For every minute going by, it's getting a little colder. That's compelling to me. Is that normal? I don't know.
But I would have chuckled if it had.
You are absolutely right.
Everything's good?
30 minutes. Start well out. So if anyone is here with us, we already saw them. Look at that. Okay. We have devices here that if you want to talk to us, want to leave us a message, there's a fuzzy black box here you can talk to. There's a device that fills in. And you can also, if I knew more about how meteorology and how the weather works, I would be more, I think I would be more, you know, I would be more, you know, definitive about that. But I'm in the same camp as you are, the Savior. I'm just like, you know, if my theory is, or you know, and again, it would help if I knew somebody that was into meteorology or into the weather or was a professional meteorologist, and I could say, is it normal that even if you have 4 people inside a building, if they're putting off heat, it should be getting warmer in the building, or it shouldn't be doing anything. But the last thing it should be doing is getting colder for every, you know, should it be dropping every degree for every minute? Because this was the afternoon. This was in the middle of the afternoon. So sun's at high noon. It's a chilly day, but sun is still at high noon. So again, which is it? Let us know you're here by touching that orange box that's on the table. Well, we appreciate you saying hi to us. We really do. Should also throw out there that, do I consider myself a gentleman scientist or even a scientist in any way, shape, or form? No, I do not. Which is why I'm not doubling down and going, this isn't right. It's weird, but, you know, I can't say one way or the other, but I am willing to learn, and I'm willing to look up stuff and try to figure this out on my own. But I don't want to be that I'm doing my own research guy. You know what I mean? You got to have an open mind to not just criticism, but of different points of view, which is why I'm looking forward to this podcast that I'm doing with Dr. Pamela Gay. She's super smart, and yeah, she could kill me with her brain. But when I pitched the idea to her for the podcast, she's like, "Oh, this is a great idea," and we'll see where it goes from there. We'll see where it goes from there. Speaking of where it's going to go from there, I need to open the door because I want to make sure that the cats can have access. Hang on one second, everybody. And thanks for coming in to stream, Death Savior. Always a pleasure to see you. What's that? Oh, the weight gain stuff that you put in Benedict's food. Yeah, he loved it.
And I hope that means you're okay with me sitting here in this room just felt there was something special about this corner.
Is it wrong for me to want to swipe the speed limit sign?
Do what?
I want to swipe the speed limit sign. Do you have something to go with the?
That's right. There was
the
a
Darnaway Court sign.
there was a speed limit sign tucked away back there, and I so desperately wanted to steal it, but I was good. I was good. I was a good Boy Scout, even though I'm not a Boy Scout.
There's someone sitting here with me right now.
Mr. Pizza Roll, thank you very much for that follow. Do appreciate it.
Jen, sit here and it's what people come in.
My name's Is this your church?
What was that? Did you hear it?
It sounded like it was the movement.
I thought it was on the sound like one of the pews in.
It did.
Here's the thing. According to this,
It did.
according to this, the temperature is steadily dropping. According to this, I mean, it's been sitting here, the temperature's already dropped by 3 degrees. The temperature
sounded like this.
It sounded like that.
Yeah. The temperature on the Eddie?
On Eddie, yeah.
61.7.
It says 49.6.
Did you just take a seat in your favourite pew?
It did sound like it just beat.
Okay, that's the EMF.
EMF
And
just
we
went
know
off.
that means
When you hear
high tone means in.
No. You get fast Eddie mixed up with silent. When you hear a beep off there, okay, she's messing with me. She doesn't feel it.
That's where it says.
Good.
Do you like when people come visit you here? When we bring some laughter?
How you doing there, Walker? Good to have you in chat. Hope you're having a good night tonight. We need to seriously talk about some dates in the summer. I'm going to be taking you up on that offer. Don't know if Phil and Tina are going to join us, but we are definitely going to want to take you up on that offer that you were talking about, the possibility of investigating in your area. So we need to start talking relatively. The sooner the better. The sooner the better.
We're pretty similar bunch. You got it?
I heard that, but
it sounded like a computer guy.
yeah.
It says there's someone sitting at that.
I don't know if
There are shutters. There are shutters outside. I just want, when we walk around, we can check and see.
Shutters?
Yeah, there are shutters on the
X-Ray, good to see you.
side. See? Three checks.
Yeah, but I heard it behind me.
Oh, thank
But I heard.
And unlike Doug, I am keeping an eye on my YouTube. I am keeping an eye on my YouTube channel. I want to make sure that I'm showing them just as much love, and I'm showing folks on Twitch. And tonight has been a very active night on YouTube for me. So I appreciate the folks from YouTube popping in, saying hey, and dropping comments there too. Thank you very much, everybody.
Coming from that far corner over there.
So the congregation that owned and built this church were German Baptists.
Sprechen Sie?
Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Sprechen Sie English? English?
Now I really wish I could come around German and get away with it.
you sit that down here, that's okay.
Do you remember the day of the battle?
So yeah, the EMF hits are intriguing to me. And then I look at the temperature and it's still steadily dropping, which I just find that just can't be normal. The fact that we've been watching this drop we are now roughly 5 minutes into this video. Well, what I mean by 5 minutes into this video, we're 5 minutes into this portion of this video, and it's dropped a degree a minute. That to me, that just doesn't sound normal. What do you think, Benedict? What do you think? Dad could be wrong. He's been wrong before, but I'm just throwing that out there, right? Okay. All right.
Which is really fascinating because over here it's flat line.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything over here, EMF wise on the K2.
Those tubes not see the word. Something just creaked and then there. Yeah.
Now that could have been a show.
No, but there was a creak and then there was a creak and then the show. Are you one of the soldiers that fought around here?
That echo, everybody. That echo. I mean, this is where sometimes the economy of your gear. I just finished up a 5-minute paranormal where I talk about having too much gear with you and trying to put everything out in a space. This is the downside of limited gear, where you have one camera. You got one camera. You've got one device, and you don't really have the ability to switch from one angle to another angle. Yeah, I am. I'm feeling the static oeuvre of this particular investigation. But again, this is where you work with what you've got. Some investigations are going to be better than others, but it's a learning process. I'm not saying we didn't catch something here with the lack of devices we have deployed, but I would say one of the things that I would do differently with Antietam would be I'd like to have one camera that's shooting the entirety of the church, and they have another camera where it's just on Eddie or just on another section, but not having the back and forth of two different camera sources. That's a little tough. Did you guys go to the church again, or reviewing this again? I remember at having looked videos from this place before. First off, one, great memory, X-Ray. Secondly, this is the review for the actual episode. I'm just reviewing it one more time, and what we had done was what was different from the last time you were here versus tonight was that at the beginning of this, we have some footage that Pip and Tina had shot using Pip's ghost tube, and that's what we lead in with, and then we have this, and I may be making a judgment call in just a moment about said footage.
That is the show.
Oh, she's doing the show.
Because I'm trying to remember how active it was in that church. Now, if I take a look at the footage, or if I take a look at the timeline in this window that you don't see, and because Benedict is deciding to not sleep in the perfectly good cat tree that I've provided here. Oh, look at that. Quebecer rating with a party of 5. How about that? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. Let me go ahead and give you proper Twitch Dad welcome here. Hold on one sec. Here we go. Oh, wait. I have to do a quick... let me do a quick... well, no. I'll just jump into it. If the camera's working, the camera's working. If it's not, that's on me. I think it's working. Why, howdy there. It's me, your old pal, Twitch Dad. And guess what? The camera's working. So I'm pretty happy about that. Quebecer, thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I really do appreciate it. Tonight, we're getting pretty spooky in here because I'm reviewing footage from Antietam, which means, yeah, it was a little creepy, but thank God I wore the brown pants. That's my little tip for you if you decide to get into paranormal investigation, which you're going to find on this stream. Thanks for coming in with me, your best new pal on Twitch, your old pal, Twitch Dad. There you go. Again, thank you very much, Kidbacker, for coming in here. As you all know, for those of you who are here already, my name is T. You can call me TT Monster or Twitch Dad Zeno. Thank you very much for bringing everybody in. Poutine, it's what's for dinner. And I really appreciate the raids. Thank you so much. What did you get up to? What did you get up to on your stream, Kidbacker? And let me give you a quick shout out while I wait for that to answer. And of course, I mean, because you're from Quebec, I just want to make sure that I want to make you feel welcome. So, oops, that's not going to make you feel welcome. It'll make you feel welcome now.
Well, pitter patter, let's get at her.
There you go. Just as long as you're not a degen from that part.
I suggest you let that one marinate.
There you go. Oh, really? You're gonna wear that number, are you? You're really gonna wear that number, are you? You're really gonna do that? I, for one, am looking forward to Schwartzy Season 3. Did a little COD Zombie and Telltale TWD. Awesome. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you coming on in here.
I got to say, that's what I appreciate about you.
I do. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, so yeah, this is sort of so what I'm doing here is not necessarily a second review of the footage. It's more about just making sure that the episode's ready to go and we are golden. So let me go ahead and bring you back into the episode so I can show you what the timeline looks like. And to do that, I've got to hide GamerCat cam. Oh, this is gonna kill me, but there you go. Okay, so if you look over here on the right-hand side, this is the timeline of video that I'm working on. The marks in pink just above it, those are any kind of indicators that I got that something happened. Now, does that mean I'm going to keep all this intact? Probably not, because you'll notice there's a huge gap in between this last marker here and this marker here. Then it gets busy again near the end. I just want to see where we are, whether we are... Yeah, we're in the woods at that point. So I know for a fact I'm not going to necessarily... part 2 of this investigation is going to be set in the woods as opposed to the church. So I've got to find first where we get out of the church. That's me working solo. So we're working solo. That's a big quotes around that. This is just random B footage. Yeah, this is random B roll. Okay, so when do we leave the church? Yeah, this is where we leave the church. Okay, so the big gap, it's not really going to help too much. All right, but that works out really well. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. Yes, I'm sort of talking to myself right now, but this is also the magic of video production. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to do certain things in this video. And one of the things I'm going to do is this. I'm going to select everything in the second half, and then I'm going to cut it. Yeah, this is as I said in the description, this is the side. Thinking out loud is a valid process. No, I'm not saying it's not valid. I'm just saying that this is the way my brain sometimes works. So anyway, cutting that. So now, what I'm doing here is I'm actually putting together the episode when we do an investigation of an area. Oh, and by the way, Quebecer, I should probably mention, if it hasn't been mentioned to you already, because I recognize Zeno. So let me go ahead and explain. I do a lot of paranormal stuff on this stream. And one of the things that I do is, let me affirm your process. If you go to OSI on YouTube, you'll see that this is what we do. We have a show. We're in our 3rd season right now. And I'm doing paranormal stuff on Twitch and YouTube. And part of paranormal investigation that I want to make sure I get across to people is not just going to a site with the gadgets and doing the thing. There's also this evidence review, going through everything and making sure that you have something to present. And right now, what I'm doing here is I'm looking at our investigation on the Antietam battlefield, which is actually going to be 2 parts. For every one investigation, we got 2 episodes. So part 1 is going to take place in the church. Part 2 is going to take place in the surrounding forest, and then a place called the Bloody Lane. And I'm just making sure. Yeah, there we go. There's season 2, episode 9, Antietam part 1. So now what I do is I duplicate this. I then call it. Instead of season 3, instead of calling it, sorry, not season 2, episode 9, calling it season 3, episode 9, I call it season 3, episode 10, and it's Antietam, Pot Dieu, or as what we say in the States, 2. And then I'm going to open this up, and then I'm going to select all. I'm going to delete. I'm going to paste what I just copied and pasted. And then I will ripple delete, which brings everything back here, which means I have 36 minutes worth of footage here. But that'll be fine because I'll be able to trim that down. But actually to have an episode 36 minutes long, that's not bad. That's 36 minutes with an intro. The only thing that might be dicey, at this point is when I add in the history and then I add in the theme. All that stuff's going to add time, and I'm looking at an episode right now that's going to be close to 45 minutes. I've got to cut that back. Seemingly endless hours of sitting, listening to nothing, hoping to catch an EVP. Yeah, that happens, Percy. That happens. Now, we've been lucky. We've been very lucky. Because, yeah, we do spend a lot of time, and that's something that is not depicted. Now, you see it, though. You do see it on YouTube shows. You do. But here's the other thing, Percy. You'll sometimes get moments like this. And this is one that a little hard to explain. Here you go. This was actually discovered a while back, and I've just put in the production elements so you can see what we experience. So here you go.
Do you remember?
Shovel.
There are only 2 people in here. My wife and my buddy's wife. That whisper, we don't know where it's coming from. And what's interesting is my wife doesn't hear it, but Tina hears it, which is why she suddenly says out of the blue, I don't know.
Do you remember?
Shovel.
The shovel is coming from the GhostTube app. Now we're going to hear the same thing recorded on an entirely different device. It's actually this is the audio. The audio you heard was the audio from my wife's phone. Now we're hearing the audio coming from this recorder.
Do you remember?
Shovel.
Shovel.
It's interesting that I was looking out back there, and I was wondering if there were graves. This church.
So yeah, you and the truth of it, Percy, is it's like fishing. It is seriously like fishing. You will spend hours and nothing happens. And then you get a moment like this, and that's when everything just goes, wait, what just happened? So, I'm not saying that this is proof. of the paranormal or the afterlife. I am saying it's pretty damn cool, and we did find it. And you just have to you have to be. It's an exercise in patience. And what I am going to be doing later, probably off stream, is I'm going to be going back through this and finding places where I can fast forward. So what happens is that was my wife's and friend's part of the investigation, and then we came back, all four of us, and we went back to the same church to see if we could catch lightning in a bottle a second time. Doesn't look like we do. It doesn't look like we do. Now, granted, we do get some hits here and there for the for EMF, but nothing to write home about. So here's the thing. I just want to see. Yeah. There's that one. There's that one. And then it just gets real quiet. It's just looking at cam footage from a room with no one in it. It's a slog to go through, but once something happens, it makes it worth it. Oh yeah, Percy, without a doubt, without a doubt. I'll go you one better. I'll tell you this. True story. It's story time with Twitch Dad. This is the God's honest truth, and let me perk up this. Let me perk up this short story. The short story? The short story? Let's try that again. Let me perk up this Twitch Dad story with a little something that actually happened when I was doing my very first evidence review. So let me go on ahead and pop under. There we go. All the way at the very beginning. The very beginning of this. So let me just see if I can find this. See if I can find this moment. There it is. And there it is. All right. So this is from our very first episode. This is from our very first episode of Old Spirits. And I'll give you a little bit of what was going through my head. I started reviewing this evidence, right? This is from me walking into the property, and I'm just walking around with the camera trying to figure out how to do this. All right. I'd be the first one to say I had no idea what I was doing. And I'm walking through what is a museum in progress. They're building and developing this part of a caretaker's house on a plantation to be a museum. And I'm walking through with my camera, recording and filming as I'm going. And as I'm sitting here watching the video, I think to myself, what have I got myself into? Am I just wasting my time? And I don't mind saying it. I said, am I just wasting my time? And then this happens. Wow. Okay, it'll do that. Let me turn this up. That was John explaining how the audio how the audio motion triggers work. Yeah. Yeah. And then this happens.
Is there anybody in here right now?
And I don't hear a thing.
I'm new at this, so go gently on me.
I heard nothing at that point. Yeah. I heard nothing at that point.
Now you can hear the music box going.
I didn't hear that one either. Within the first 5 minutes of me reviewing the footage from the Bell Grove plantation, I heard no and get out, clear as a friggin' bell. And I scream up to my wife. I scream, Pep! And she comes running down thinking I'd like broken my arm or something. And I just hand her the headphones, and she listens and she looks at me and she goes, "What was that?" And I said, "I don't know." And that was my entry. And I'm sure you immediately got out. Well, here's the funny thing, Blue Sky. We stuck around for another 4 hours. and then we did our first live stream from our room in the at the Belgrove Plantation. No and get out, words I hear on every date I go on. Oh, damn. No kidding. Now, this part we didn't stream. I was still, and it's one of the things that that I found out very quickly, that if I wanted to stream live investigations, I had to come up with some options. Because that first investigation that we attempted to live stream, which back then we called it Phasmo for Real. Yeah, we called it Phasmo for Real. And it was actually Phil that said, I don't think we need to tie ourselves to phasmophobia. I don't think they'd mind, but, this should be our thing. And he's absolutely right. He is absolutely right. So I've spent hours as a kid trying to capture EVP, and I only ever get knocking noises from the house. So Lava, here's the thing about where you're at. You may not be on a haunted site. I mean, it's not everywhere you go is haunted. I mean, I think that's the point I'm trying to get. And I can say that because I worked. I'm still a podcast. I've been a podcaster for 20 years. And my job as a podcaster is to make sure that if I put up an interview, if I put up any kind of audio, it's got to be clean. And I know audio interference when I hear it. I know weird sounds of background noises. That's what my ears are trained for. They're trained for hearing things that aren't supposed to be there. And that's what I bring to the table. So when I heard that, I was like, okay, what was that? And I tried to explain it away. And these are my first 2 ever EVPs. And you learn to try to figure out what is supposed to be on your audio versus what's not supposed to be on your audio. And like I said, Lava, I've gotten better ones. I've gotten if you ever come in for the for the very beginning of my podcast, if you ever come in for the beginning of my stream, about 15 minutes before I stream, around 6:45 or so, that's when I start my hype reel. And in my hype reel, I actually have a disembodied voice that we actually streamed. Not only did everybody in the house hear it, but stream heard it as well. And what I tell people is that, one, ghosts don't work on command. You could go to what is a reputedly haunted site. You could go to a reputedly haunted site and nothing happens. And then you could go to the same place a month later and everything is going off. The hardest thing I think people have about getting into any of this, at least, and this is from my own perspective because I have to do that too, is patience. You have to be patient not only with whatever is there, whether there is something there or not, but you also have to be patient with yourself and go, all right, if this stops being fun, I'll stop doing it. If this stops being mind-blowing to me, if this stops making a difference in how I look at things, okay, then I'm going to put a hard stop to this. I will go on ahead and I will sell the gear, and I will gladly and without hesitation just walk away from it.
Hard no.
I can do that. But then, you also have to make sure that you're not saying everything you hear, every little, like you said, you were getting knocks. Well, could that be something paranormal? It depends. Are you asking for something to knock back? If it's, could a house be settling? Yes, of course it could be settling. It could be the pipes. It could be a lot of different things. At least at the stuff we were hearing at Belgrove, I remember. I think the coolest thing that we caught on stream, and in our rough first stream, the coolest thing we caught was when Phil and I are sitting there in the dark, and Phil says, you know, if someone is here with us, if someone is in our room, can you give us any kind of sign? And we clearly heard a footstep at our door. Now, me being the skeptic, I said, that could have been our neighbors. And Phil just shook his head and said, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's pretty late for the neighbors. And what he meant by that was that we saw our neighbors and they were in their years. They were 60 plus. So are they staying up till 1 a.m. on a Saturday night? Probably not. And it was a very intense moment. It was a very, very intense moment when that happened. But that was one moment out of a 4-hour stream. And again, you know, it's just a matter of patience, and it's also a matter of strategy, like where you're going to go to really get into this. And what I tell people is look into finding out if there are any public investigations going on. And when you go to those public investigations, always ask, how many people are you expecting at this investigation? I've been to some investigations where there's only been like 15 or 20 people, and it was actually kind of nice. The investigations we do, we really do not want to go any higher than 20 or 30 participants. Because when you start having too many people showing up, people are stepping on top of each other, a lot of questions are happening, things are going to get missed. So you have to be careful about that sort of thing. Getting into this is not as hard as people make it out to be, but it helps one, and you'll hear us say this often and a lot. One, you don't want to do it by yourself. It's like playing Phasmo by yourself versus playing Phasmo with friends. And the other thing I would also say is it's also good to have skepticism going into it. It's good to just take a step back and go, what was that really? And I have debunked plenty of stuff on this show. I even went back to this investigation and said, I thought that was a voice. I'm rethinking that, because this was the equipment that I had at the time, and I've upgraded since then. And now I've noticed that it's a little harder for me to catch EVPs, but when I catch the EVPs, their choice. And so, yeah, there's a lot that goes into this. And I just try to let people know it's not always the stuff you see on television. There's a lot of hurry up and wait, and there's a lot of, okay, are we done yet? That kind of thing. And then there's just stuff where you're like, okay, I think, like what I'm looking at here. When you see this, where you see this timeline, you'll notice there's a lot of stuff that happens here, and then I have 2 things here, and then more stuff happens here, and then it picks up again at the end. I'm looking at these 2 hits, and I'm going, well, okay. Do I really need to keep these 2? What does this actually bring to the table? They're EMF hits. Well, you know what? EMF hits also happen near the end as well. So it's not like I'm getting rid of anything really groundbreaking, if you will. I've already hit these. EMF has already hit some of these numbers. I don't think I necessarily need. I don't think I necessarily need these two bits of evidence. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go on ahead. I'm going to take this out. And then I'm going to go on ahead with a razor tool and go, hang on a minute. Maybe a little tighter. All right. So, REM pod. Now that I want to keep. That's some pretty slick evidence. Thank you, Lava. I appreciate that. If you want to hear, okay. If you thought that was great, let me go on ahead and give you the difference, though, because I would grade that EVP. I'd grade that as a C plus, at best a C plus. See, now you gone and done it. Now you gone and done it. I gotta show you the what I call the gold standard. And what I tell people about this, if you were to ask me what is the most mind-blowing thing about this, I caught this during the day. I caught this what you're about to hear, because I didn't catch anything on video. This was all on audio. In fact, I was using the recorder that you saw in there. I was using an H4n, and all I did to this clip was boost the audio. That's it. I didn't do any kind of noise reduction. I didn't take out any background noise. This is outdoors during the day on the battlefield of Gettysburg, near Cemetery Ridge. I'm just going to go ahead and play it and enjoy.
If you want to say anything, now would be a good time. If you are here, give us a sign. Speak with us, please.
Anyone from the Army of the Potomac? Still here?
The first time I heard that, I screamed.
This was the second time I screamed for my wife. And if you want to hear that again, I'll play it for you one more time. And like I said, all I did was boost the volume. That was it. Hand to God.
Want to say anything? Now would be a good time. If you are here, give us a sign. Speak with us, please.
Anyone from the Army of the Potomac? Still here?
And when I played that for my wife, she didn't sleep for 3 nights because she was trying to figure out what the hell that was. And to this day, I still don't know what the hell that was. It was me and Pip, and there was nobody around us. Nobody. And it wasn't me, and it wasn't my beautiful wife. It was out of the blue. Now, going to Josh's question about do animals tend to act differently in paranormal locations, I can't tell you either way. I honestly can't. Now, my team member there, Spence, Resident Moon, they might have something to tell you. But as far as I've never experienced anything like, my cats. I know for a fact my house isn't haunted because my cats don't stare at something where there's nothing there. I've never had anything like that happen in this house so far. Being near battlefields doesn't help. But I mean, I know I've seen clips on Ghost Hunters. There was one particular investigation where Jason and Steve were walking with Maddie. That was one of the dogs that Jason had, and Maddie was walking down a hall, and she just froze at one point, and she was just staring, and you could just see her tail was down, her ears were forward, and then at one point she suddenly skitters back, and they were like, I want to say they were in a hospital. So who knows? I mean, I know there's a lot of theories. I know that the only experience I've ever had, even remotely close to what you're asking, Josh, was again the aforementioned TWA Flight 514 site that our team was the last team to investigate it. When we went back at night, I mean. Well, first off, I don't know what kind of wildlife is on that mountain. Bottom line, I don't know what kind of wildlife is on that mountain. I do know that the cicadas, the crickets, the bugs, they were just deafening that night. And I just assumed that was a, typical night in August. So there's that. Given that animals have much more acute senses, they can perceive a lot more than humans can. Well, I would believe that too, Spence. I would believe that too. Now, is anything documented? Is any of this documented? I don't know. I don't know. And and right now we're all working on theories. I swear the old apartment I lived in was haunted. My dog would growl and avoid an inner corner of the kid's bedroom. Whether she was just doing it because there was a ghost there, I don't know, but she would definitely do it. Now, that's weird behavior. Admittedly, that is weird behavior. I like to go hiking. I pay close attention to the wildlife, and in some specific locations, in some of my hiking spots, the animals just don't act the same, even in the same hiking trail. Just thought of this that came to mind while watching this. Now, the thing about the outdoors, first off, Josh, I admire your bravery and chutzpah for hiking, because what? Now, he's not acting weird. He's just being demanding. Did you want me to turn your camera back on so people could look at you? What? Did you like that? You liked that goop I fed you, didn't you? What? Gamer cat, everybody. Gamer cat.
Figured it.
Yeah. Anyway, but the thing is that I truly believe that the great outdoors has its own mythos and its own mystery. I've heard about Flannel Man. I've heard about the mountain dwellers, people that live way off the grid. And yeah, I do think there's some wildlife that reacts to something paranormal. I would think that. But has there been anything documented? Yes and no. Nothing that has been proven beyond the shadow of a doubt. But again, this is why it's considered paranormal. It's beyond what we accept or what we understand according to science, right? And I can't wait to have this conversation with Dr. Gay about this. But one of the things that I've always argued is that the line between paranormal and quantum physics, paper thin. I suggest you let that one marinate. That's just me. But these are examples of to me, this right here, this particular EVP, in my opinion, that's the gold standard. That's the one that I compare to everything. And that to me is an A+ EVP. Have I ever gotten anything close to that? Yeah. Yes, I have. But again, it's where the patience part comes in. You just have to be patient and hope that it happens. And if it doesn't, oh well, on to the next. And after getting into paranormal investigation, now whenever Jason says that, I'm like, okay, that now makes more sense to me than ever. So yeah. All right. Let's see. I want to get back to this. Oh, so what was I going to do? Okay, so I have the REM pod go off. Hang on a minute. I tell you what, let me do this, and then I'll turn back on the cat cam. Is that cool? Is that a slow blank for a yes? Green for yes, red for no.
I don't find that funny at all, Dad. I want more of the goop. Come on, Dad, give me the goop. Give me the goop.
He's starting to do the slow blinks. He started doing the slow blinks when I mentioned the goop. Goop? Goop?
Yeah, Dad. Goop. Goop, baby, goop.
All right. So, we just had the REM pod go off.
Here that if you want to talk to us, you want to leave us a message, there's a fuzzy black box here you can talk to. There's a device that goes in.
All right.
And you can also let us know you're here by touching that orange box that's on the table.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is this. So I'm going to go on ahead and slice my audio and video there. Going to zoom out a bit. Jump ahead. I have a weird break here. I wonder what happened during this break. Unfortunately, I don't think we caught anything during this break.
The fighting around here. Was this place used as a hospital?
That was what our very informed Jim told us.
Oh, did he say that?
Every school, every church, every farmhouse was turned into some kind of triage or something along those lines, and that was how some of the locals got sick.
Okay, so I want to keep that because that's cool history hit right there. All right, so I'm gonna bring it in here and here. Okay, so now I've got so I'm going to show you a little bit of, again, how the sausage is made. So we've got this gap of stuff that just doesn't happen, right? Nothing happens. It slows down. I get 2 hits on Fast Eddie. That's about it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove the audio because I'm not going to need it. I will then take this this chunk of this chunk of video right here, and then I'm going to go to speed duration. All right. You see this in a lot of our videos now, and it was something an idea that I got from watching some other paranormal shows. They want to illustrate the lulls, the points where just nothing happens. So this is 6.5 minutes where nothing happens. That doesn't sound like a lot of time, but in video, when you're trying to tell a story, when you're trying to put forth a narrative or something, this is a pretty sizable chunk of time. So here's what I do. When nothing happens, I go on ahead and I say, all right, if I increase this by 1,000, it gets down to 39 seconds. If I pick it up to 1,500, it's 26 seconds. Let's see if I can go. Let's see if I can go even faster. $22 seconds, 17. Okay, we're going 2K. Going 2K, everybody. 2K. Why 2K? Because, yeah. Okay, 2,000% takes it down to just under 20 seconds. Now, what I can do in that 20 seconds, so I'll do that again later, not now, but I'll do it later, is I'm going to do a voiceover. And the voiceover will basically explain that while we didn't get a lot of hits at this point, we did notice that the temperature continued to drop. Do you think this is paranormal or not? Tell us more in the comments below. I could probably do that right now, as a matter of fact. I just have to close the door and I have to make sure that my grumpy cat over here doesn't get punchy about it. All right. But anyway, we do that. And then I do perform a ripple delete, which is just a fancy way of when I get rid of space, it will go on ahead and it will reduce this. All right. So now what I do is go to my text tool. And I type in here elapsed time . I gotta look it up. Damn it. All right. Pressing the control key, alt key, and minus sign simultaneously. Control, alt, minus sign. Okay. Control key, alt key, minus sign. Well, it would help if I had the cursor. It's not working. Okay. Hold down the Alt key and type 0151. Okay, let's try that. 0151. Okay. Nope. It shouldn't be this hard to make an M dash. Yeah, I know how to do it on a Mac. Oh, really? Is that how? Well, hang on a minute. Control Alt minus. Okay. Didn't like that. I'm gonna try this one more time and then I'll just fix it later in post. Well, you got to do it. You got to do it. Apparently, wait, is that just a minus sign? It's just a minus sign. Ha! Okay. I have an option. Let me do this. Let me pull up another. If I can't do it the old-fashioned way, I'll just go on ahead and I'll do it this way. Oh wait, there is something else I didn't think about. Hold on a minute. It could also be something, when it comes to just doing special characters, man, PCs can be finicky AF. Okay. Myriad. Okay. And semi-bold italic. Okay. Let me see if this has anything to do with it. No. All right. F it. I'm just going to do a copy paste. F it. F it. I tried to do it legit. I tried to do it legit, Lava. I did. I tried to do it legit, and Windows would be like, Windows was like,
no. And you know why? Because you're a Mac user. Ooh, I'm a Mac user. Ooh, well, I'm Windows. I like effing with your life. I like making things hard. Giggity.
All right, I'll stop. I enjoy playing with my sound effects way too much. Let's see here. Well, I know I use it in the Bird Theater, so we can go ahead and try that. All right. But basically, what I'm gonna do, what I will do as soon as I get things copied over. Yeah, thank you, Lava, thank you. Now you're just giving me a paper cut and just pouring salt in the wound. That's all you're doing right now. You know that. Okay, there we go. I had to open up an old one anyway, so there you go. Thank you, Binary Dreams. I don't need that. Yeah, we'll just leave that alone. Okay. I don't need that. And Binary Dreams with the follow. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And again, thank you so much for the follows, Mr. Pizza Rolls, KN3487, Slurpwis, and thank you again, K. Becker, for that raid. I appreciate that.
Yes.
I appreciate it. I do.
More of that, please. More
sort of pet, my girl. Okay. I always prefer it when Christian Bale uses his actual accent. I mean, maybe that's just me. I don't know. So that is the yeah, okay. It would probably be in the final. Yeah. Just got to find where I did it. So there's the ghost tube. There's ghost tube. I don't know if I. No, I did do it during. Yeah, I did. Hold on. Hold, please. Your call is very important to us. All right. Ah, there it is. Ta-da! Okay. So I can do this. I can go ahead and do a... It's still trying to find the freaking video. It's right there. But you do you. All right. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to paste in this from another project. And I'm going to slap it down there. Okay. So this will read elapsed time, and then I just have to change the time value. As soon as Premiere gets caught up. This is where the joys of working with video on your computer, be it a Mac or a PC. Either way, you're going to suffer because, man, you need to have every resource on command ready to go. The only time, whenever people try to advertise, video editing on a computer as being a push button technology, I'm like, yeah, you're not being that honest. Okay, so here's elapsed time, right? That's the caption that I want, right? Okay, now I take a calculated risk. I go back to the other project. And this is a nice little trick that I love about Premiere. So I can go to this clip that I just selected in the timeline of the other project, and I can say copy. So I'm copying the clip, but I'm not going to necessarily paste said clip. I then go back to Antietam Part 1. Literally, I'm hopping from project to project. But I go here, and I'm not going to necessarily paste in the clip, but I will say paste in. Oh, you can't see it because it's in the other screen. But I'm going to tell Premiere to paste the attributes. And when I say OK, you should note the video in the back should change a little bit if everything worked. Did it work? Did you paste the attributes or not? It didn't paste the attributes. I should probably make sure that the attributes are there. Let's go. Yeah, it should have pasted it, but they didn't paste the attributes. Let me make sure that the attributes are there. Effect controls. Oh, crap. I processed this without the attributes. That's on me, everybody. That is on me. Well, okay. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. It's just a little effect that I started doing that I really like. But for whatever reason, I didn't do it. That's weird. I thought I did it. I guess I didn't. Well, that one is on me. I always like getting busted online. Let me just see if it's if I did it for the first. Let me see if I did it for this one. I know. Scandalous. I still have an effect to make it work. Don't worry. But I just gotta. I think I got scammed. Doug said free candy if I came. That is on Doug. That's not on me. I'm sorry. Free candy. The last time I offered free candy to kids, I was doing this like immersive experience. I had actors. I had this character called the unknown. It was great, but people didn't understand my vision. People did not understand my vision, so it didn't work out. I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, I was doing some video stuff. All right. Here we go. Okay, so I did it here. Giggity. All right. I'll show you how this. Trust me, when this works, it's going to be great. Spare jelly bean. See, Lava, you get me. You get me, Lava. You're going to fit in just fine here. But you know what? By the way, thank you for coming in from Doug's corner of the internet. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much, anime guy. Okay. So, let me try this again. Copy and then paste attributes. And then, okay. That's the way I want it to look. Now, I'm doing this on purpose, everybody. Now, why am I doing it on purpose? Because when I play this back, you're not going to hear anything, but you should notice what happens. There we go.
Orange box that's on the table.
Okay, so you notice this pixelation and this weird shimmering effect that we got. Okay, that's part of what I'm doing here. That's part of what I'm doing in here. The next thing I got to do is I got to overlay some video over it. Looks like fast forwarded VHS. Thank you, Lava. Thank you, Lava. You get it. Now, not done with this effect yet. And I'm just basically swiping it just to make it easier on myself and faster. I'm basically taking the same effect that I've used. It's a standard effect. When I want to jump forward, this is what I want to do. I want people to get the impression, oh, okay, it's like a like you said, a fast forward VHS. So I'm going to grab, and then Premiere will obviously copy this onto my other project, but it will also grab the sound effects that I need and one overlay, and then it'll all work. So we go back to Antietam Part 1. And I go here. Yes. And then I say paste. Whoops. That's not what I want to do. Nope. Thank God for undo. Come on, Premiere. Don't be squirrely on me. I was copying sound. And we're going to go Part 1. And then I'm going to say, this time I'm going to play it a little safer. Paste insert. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to paste insert that because I didn't want it to paste over something that I didn't want it to paste over. Okay. All right, so I know that's a voiceover, so I can just take that out. And this, I can go on ahead and I can just move it all back into place. Okay. Premiere is not a hard application. It's just knowing where to click for stuff. If you know where to click for stuff, that's half the battle right there. Okay. There you go. All right, and now go on ahead and I do this. And I got to give credit where credit's due. The person that also gave me this idea were some of the other ghost shows that I watch on YouTube. They use a different variety of fast forward effects, and I wanted this to look as close to VHS as possible because it's a nostalgia thing. It's just purely a nostalgia thing with me, because that was my upbringing. That was my bread and butter, baby. I was all about the VHS. In fact, that was where I learned how to edit video. Was through that. That's not a way to save your effects as a custom presets in Premiere. There probably is, Little King, but I haven't set it up because the problem with that preset is it's different measurements of time. And I have to find out, I haven't looked into it, but I have to find out if I can, if I have like a gap that is 5 minutes and another gap that is 7 minutes, what changes from one to the other? Does it slow down the sound effect? Does it speed up the sound effect? So yeah, I fed the VHS snacks like goldfish and peanut butter when I was little. Oh, Lava, you're so darling. Relish doesn't know what VHS is. Ouch. Ow, you hurt me so. I will tell you this. The first time I ever edited a video project, it was in an old school linear video editing suite. Now, what that means is, class, is linear video editing was you basically got you logged all your footage and you re-recorded it basically, but you had really like pro level tools that you didn't have to, they could stop and start video on a dime and you could slow things down, speed things up at all. The problem was with non-linear suites was that, let's say you came in and you had all this new footage that you wanted to incorporate. Well, that meant you had to go to the point where you wanted to put in the new footage. You stopped, you put in the new footage, and then you had to re-edit everything all over again. And I did that once on a non-linear setting, and it was wow. It was an experience, to say the least. It was an experience. Okay. So let me just see what happens here. I'm going to go on ahead and grab this. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. Oops, almost. Almost, class. We're almost there. Okay. Copy that. Go back to part 1. There's still some stuff, by the way, in Premiere, King. I don't mind saying I could be more efficient at, and this might be one of them. Logan, hi, how was your day? That is a ballin' username there, my friend. That is a ballin' username. All right, that's actually almost dead solid perfect right there. Is this gonna be on the quiz? Possibly, yes. You should be taking notes regardless. Okay. We're almost there. Okay, now that I've done this part, I think I can do this. I can go on ahead and say close all other projects. Boop. And that's going to close Bird. Yes, please close the Bird. That's our next investigation. That's our next investigation, which is the Bird Theater. It's a two-part, and it is in the Bird Theater's in my hometown of Richmond. Mine's good, man. I'm doing great. I'm doing a little bit of behind the scenes work on my Ghost channel. Thank you very much for being here. Okay, so I do that. And if you're curious as to what I just brought in here, so I'll show you real quick, and then we'll play the whole thing after we save it. And all right, so now what I've done is I've overlaid several things on this. Well, first off, you saw the effect of the fast forwarding of video. But then I went on ahead and I threw in another source of video, but then I scaled back its opacity, which is how you see, you can see something through. If something's at 50% opacity, you can see through it. And I have, this video, this sign of, or film and video being fast forwarded. Then I've got the fast forward icon, and then I've got the elapsed time, and then I have the sound effect of fast forward video. Do I think ghosts are real? Yes, I do. I do now. I should rephrase that. I do now. I've been doing paranormal investigations for close on 3 years. It's going to be 3 years this summer. And yeah, I can honestly say I've become a believer. Am I a true believer? That's different. I'm not blindly believing anything. I'm going on ahead and I'm going to try to get my own experience and see how it plays out based on the footage that I have. So hopefully, Logan, that answers your question. Now, with everything put together, all the layers of video, it should look like this.
Let us know you're here by touching that orange box that's on the table.
Oh, wait. This is music. It still works. I thought that was the fast forward effect. I'm gonna have to go back and change that. But that's okay. I can, I forgot Phil added music. Oh, you sneaky bastard. Okay. The thing about music, always add it in last. Always add in music last. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't need that. So I can go ahead and I can trash that. And I don't need that. So I can trash that. There we go. And now I can go on ahead and bring in the other sound effect that I need. Ooh, that was not the sound effect I needed. I actually have, well, see, the other thing you need to know about our team, about Old Spirits and OSI, is that my buddy Phil is a trained musician. I mean, he's composed some very cool stuff for this show. And I don't know. I think I could twist his arm and actually have him do a soundtrack album after we do, I don't know, 5 seasons or so. That's my grand plan there. Okay, let's see here. Paranormal investigation, old spirits, show elements. I believe I put it under accents. Okay. And there it is. Recorder fast forward effects. Boop. Okay. And now I should just be able to drag and drop this in here. There we go. That would be insanely cool. Or in the vein of Tony Stark, would it be cool if I took your picture? Yes. It would be very cool. Kind of overdue for a rewatch of Iron Man. I haven't watched Iron Man in years. Dude, you're embarrassing me in front of the wizards. And I'm telling you right now, chat, when he won the Oscar for Oppenheimer, no surprises there, mate. He killed it in Oppenheimer. Robert Downey Jr. was a force of freaking nature in Oppenheimer. I mean, everybody was good in that movie. Everybody was freaking good in that movie. But man, Downey came to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and he was all out of bubblegum. But man, that was one of those movies I didn't expect to like as much as I did. Dune, I knew exactly what I was getting into with Dune. But Oppenheimer, that's crazy. It was crazy good. All right. So here we go. This is now the final effect that I wanted. Now you notice how jumpy it looks right now? If you take a look at the timeline, oh, you can't see it. It needs to be rendered because now I'm throwing in effects on effects on effects on effects. And unless your computer is like Hollywood, Hollywood level, it sounded like a bomb to me. Oh, I saw what you did there. Thank you. But that's what it looks like. And that's what it sounds like. And then when you hear the click, it will stop.
Is this place used as a hospital?
Now this is Premiere just trying to get caught up. But that's what you do. It's been a long way of trying to explain it, but that's what you do when you want to do a time lapse or just a time jump in these types of projects. Create a poor man's time lapse by by bringing in a clip, speeding it up, and then throw some effects on it. And when I first did this, I remember Pip, my wife, said to me, "Oh, dude, that's slick." I went, "Thank you." When I can impress my wife, it's a good day at the office. That's the way I look at it. All right. And if you really, I don't mind saying it, I spend most of my time just fine tuning things because I want it to be dead solid perfect. You know what I mean? But I should also save it. I should have saved it several moves ago, but I've saved it. So we've got it now. We're good. And by taking that 6-minute clip, that 6.5-minute clip, and reducing it down to under 20 seconds, now, happy wife, happy life. Amen. And, but that basically took it down to 30 minutes. So if I can get this episode after I put in the credits and I put in the intro and I put in all the stuff behind it, if I can get this down and keep it down to 35 to 40 minutes, I will be thrilled because I don't think OSI is at a point where we can afford really long episodes. So I'm just trying to keep everything in the words of comedian John Oliver, keep it tight, Channing, keep it tight. So that's what that is. All right. One last thing I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to go on ahead and record a voiceover, and I'll just do that live so you can see, again, how the sausage is made. So, easiest way to do that is, well, can I do that? I should be able to do that. I should be able to use Adobe Audition. Now, because my wife is watching television in the other room and not her husband, who is live on stream, and I don't hold that against her too much. Or to paraphrase the bard, brevity, soul, wit. There you go. Bada bing, bada beep, bada boom. All right, let me just see first if it even. Yeah, okay. Microphone check. Do you see this? Yes, you do. All right. And then when I stop and I press play, I should hear it. Microphone check. Do you see this? Yes, you do. Oh, God, I love this microphone. I love this microphone so damn much. All right. All right. So I've closed the door, and that actually takes down some of the noise that could filter in. So I think we're okay. Now the next thing is, because I want to make sure that I get the voiceover right, I want to make sure that I read off of a script. It's just easier for the sanity that way. Won't necessarily have to keep it. So let's go Google Docs. Yeah, create and share. Why the hell not? And then I'm just going to say, let's see. At this time, activities slowed down in the church. Let's see. At this time, activity slowed down in the church. Only 2 EMF hits occurring in this time span. However, no. However, let's see. I'm trying to remember what I said earlier. That bell starts. You're right. It was not intentional. Not intentional by any stretch. At this time, activity slowed down in the church. Only 2 EMF hits occurring in this time span. Let's see. Oh, I did want to say, however, this is a new way we're doing things around here, and I think it works. Let me just, but before I start reading this, and I'm just going to tell you right now, chat, you're the first people to see me do this live. I usually leave this for off-stream stuff, so I'm bearing my soul to you all. Tell me I'm brilliant when we're done here. Okay. All right. Let's see. I just want to make sure I'm using the word properly. That's the other thing about video production when you start doing these types of voiceovers and things. Make sure that you're using words properly. Because anytime you use a word and it's like, I do not think it means what you think it means. Yeah. Meteorological. There we go. A science that deals with the atmosphere and its phenomenon, especially weather and weather forecasting. Okay. Meteorological. Do you think this is something paranormal or merely meteorological? Let us know. Okay. So, here we go. For your entertainment, everyone, T. Morris, voiceover live. At this time, activity slowed down in the church. Only 2 EMF hits occurring in this time span. However, on reviewing the video, temperature continues to drop. Do you think this is something paranormal or merely meteorological? Let us know in the comments below. Mic drop. Boom. One take Morris, baby. One take Morris in the house. Okay. This is why my friends refuse to let me get a big head. They really do. They just want to make sure that I keep my shit together. That's why. At this time. Okay. Did you happen to enjoy my mysterious voice? That is my mysterious voice. And now, Aurelius, you're hearing my mysterious voice, which sounds a lot like Alec Baldwin. You know, Alec Baldwin before he became guilty of manslaughter. Okay, sorry. All right, now, oh, here he goes. Here, I earned this one. Hold on a minute.
Stay on target.
I am.
Stay on target.
I am. Okay, hold on. Let's see. We're gonna call this Antietam voiceover part 1. The location we're saving this on is the drive, is my drive, because I want to make sure that comes with me if I go over to the Mac. Allegedly. All right. Okay. You know what, Boy Scout? You're absolutely right. Oh, man, I should have that. I should have that as a drop-in. Allegedly. I thought he was found guilty of manslaughter. Are you sure about that, Boy Scout? I thought they found some people on the set of Rust guilty of something. I know that. But I thought they found him guilty of Oh, the armorer was. Then you know what? Thank you very much for that that correction point. Thank you. Where is it? Yes, thank you very much. You're absolutely right. The chick that gave him the gun. Yeah. I rank it up there with that. I don't know if you guys ever heard the story about the guy who was. I think they were shooting a dream sequence for this film. And for whatever reason, nobody actually reserved the. They didn't tell the people on the railway. Yeah, can you not have service around this time because of XYZ? They didn't want to pay for it, so they figured, we'll just outrun the train when we get there. Man, that was freaking ridiculous. But okay, I did not realize that it was the armorer that was found guilty of manslaughter. Thanks for the 411 on that. I appreciate it. Being a former actor, I'm always going to be an actor, but being a former actor, I've always been of the mindset you are only as good of an actor as you are in how you treat your crew, and you got to take care of your crew. Otherwise, you are basically speaking naked and in the dark without makeup. I've always been of that mindset. Okay, so now I've got a voiceover, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to import this voiceover. I cannot believe I did that live in front of you people. I really cannot believe I just did that live in front of you people. Because normally I prefer to do that kind of stuff offline. So if you ever wanted to know, do streamers ever trust their audiences? The answer is yes. You've all just experienced it. It may not seem like a big deal, but to me, it was a big deal. I'm not an actor, but I play one on TV. Now, I will tell you this. I will tell you this straight up. The most fun an actor can have is playing an actor. Because, man, I did that at the Maryland Ren Fair. I played a traveling actor. And dear God, some of the stuff that I did was I got a chance to openly make fun of the actors that I always couldn't stand. So the actor I played, method actor, and I think one time I said the method. I think the method actor. I said yes. My name is Philip Burbage. I am a method actor. My method is bitch better get paid. That is my method. You know. That was a good time being an actor at the Ren Fair. I won't lie. That was a good time, chat. So I started doing this I started doing stuff like this. And what I mean by stuff like this, I mean doing this kind of voiceovers, because I noticed Amy's Crypt doing it. I noticed Paranormal Quest doing it. And I thought that's also a great way to encourage engagement from your audience, because when you hear me and Phil say stuff like that, when you hear me and Phil say things like, "Oh yeah, all those likes, subs, and yada yada yada, yeah, all those interactions, they really make a difference." They do. They really pump up your analytics like you wouldn't believe, and it's nice. It's nice to be able to have that. Okay, is the voiceover there? It says it is. At this time, activity slowed down in the church. Well, it sounds really good on the sure. Okay, so now it all sounds like this, and then I'm going to let Phil drop some music on it. Okay, so save it.
That orange box that's on the table.
At this time, activity slowed down in the church. Ooh, it's a little loud. Oh, but I can do this. I can take my voiceover and I can just punch up the volume by a few decibels. At this time, activity slowed down in the church. Only 2 EMF hits occurring in this time span. However, on reviewing the video, temperature continues to drop. Do you think this is something paranormal or merely meteorological? Let us know in the comments below.
Is this place used as a hospital?
And that's how you do a time lapse, everybody. That's how you do a time lapse. So we save that. And again, this is so what you've been seeing tonight, just so we're clear, what you're seeing tonight is part other side of the paranormal, but it's also part production about what goes into the stuff that you see, not just online, but particularly with paranormal projects. It goes back to something that when the guys from Ghost Files, the Watcher, when they kind of put themselves in hot water by saying, we want to do, Netflix level stuff. I'm sitting there going, have you seen some of the productions lately on YouTube? They're already there. They're already production level. I mean, if you want to make a good impression on people, you want to bring in some of the little touches. You want to bring in some of the things that you think look cool on other shows. And I mean, Amy's Crypt keeps the production simple. Paranormal Quest, they're very slick. They're very slick. So is Paranormal Encounters, and I really, really hope. I've been meaning to follow up with. Oh my God. Connor. Jeez, I blanked on Connor's name. Shame on you, T. But I've been meaning to circle back with him. Thank you, Arelis. My mind to your mind, Arelis. My mind to your mind. Connor's good people, and he's really good at editing. He's really good at it. And I think that you know, if you want people to stick around and enjoy, whether it's a stream, look at some of the stuff that Doug does. Some of the stuff that he does is very simple. It really is. But that whole green screen where he's got the vegetables in the classroom, it's cool as hell, and I love it. And I wish I had the time and the resources to be able to do that. So I try to make up for what I can't do with little things like this, you know, like the just haunting and the multiple cameras and things like that. That flux response color light sensor thing is so cool. I might have to pick one up. Okay, if you do, please do me one favor. Do me one quick favor if you do. If you do. That is not a pressure point, but, you know, give me a second. Please to use, Boy Scout. Please to use this link to shop from. That's our GhostTube affiliate one. And you might want to poke their shop a little bit and go, do you still have any of the Ghostbuster model left? Because for a while I've been meaning to write to them and find out. For a while they had a Ghostbusters themed Flux 2. And I mean, it's really cool. It's super cool. And I actually sold one of my Flux 2s so that I could get that one, and then they didn't list it on their site anymore. I'm like, okay, maybe if I can just ask. The only reason we do that is because Phil and I are knuckleheads. We like, well, first it started with, he created his own, I'll tell you where it started. Phil and I are both big fans of the Ghost Brothers. And when they got their Boo Buddy, but they called it Gangsta Boo, that's when Phil started naming his devices. And so I named my devices. Like he called his REM pod Remy. And I said, okay, well then that's Simon. And then that's Sonic. And then, you know, and I started naming all of our stuff. But, oh, and if you, and I'll go you one better too. I'll go you one better too, Boy Scout. Give me one more second. Oh wait, I don't have to scroll here. I can just go straight to my site for that. Yes, my channel on YouTube's, please. Because I don't mind having a humble brag over that. It's one of our most watched videos. Share. Boop. So yeah, Boy Scout, if you want a full review of it, there it is. Definitely have a look at that. Definitely have a look at that Flux 2 review. I go into detail. And I'm very proud of that review. It turned out really nice. And the folks from Ghost Stop use it. So, and that was and one of the reasons why I think I'm so loyal to that particular device. That was my first Ghost gadget. My very first Ghost gadget was Simon, and I sold it to my friend Val. And it's because I wanted to get I really want to get the Ghostbuster edition. I'm assuming I could get it directly from the store. I just know they don't have it on the shop anymore. So I just want to, you know, I might have to drop an email and find out. But doesn't mean I don't love Chuck any less. I still love my Chuck. I still love Chuck. As someone who's been to Ghost Stop, it's a really nice place to go. Blue Man Joe, thank you very much for that follow. I certainly do appreciate it. Thank you. And oh my God, we are only 5 follows away. We are only 5 follows away from making this goal. Unbelievable. You guys are fan-friggin-tastic. You guys are fan-friggin-tastic. All right, everybody. You know what? I can't say that you all have not made tonight fly by. We have had a chance to look over some of the stuff from Antietam. I'm liking the way that this episode is taking shape. All of you have been great with the questions, and really it means when I start getting questions like this, that makes me feel like I'm doing something right. So again, thank you all very much for all the questions and for, keeping me on my toes and just hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. I would like very much to share the love, at least on this side of Twitch. Unfortunately, we haven't quite figured out how to do raids yet on YouTube, but we're getting there. And I know exactly who we should be raiding. We are going to raid Detune. Time flies when you're having fun. Amen. But we're going to raid Detune. So how about that? Let's raid Detune. Now, Detune's going to bring it, just so you know. He's high energy. But he's also a fellow paranormal guy like me, and he has great game. Paranormal Detour is one of the better shows on YouTube. I highly recommend it. Do I want to learn Star Citizen tomorrow? Let me get back to you tomorrow. On that. But right now, let's go raid Detune. If you've got a tier 1 sub, and because of secondhand, you might. But if you have a tier 1 sub, you can go on ahead and you can just copy this message and drop it into your chat, into Detune's chat. If, however, you do not have a tier 1 sub, that's okay. I'm cool with that. That's okay. You can go ahead and make with your own emotes, make your own message. Just make sure the message says it's a tea party, tea with 2 E's, and cheers from the Monster Mash. Thank you all so much for being here tonight. I will see you all tomorrow, possibly with Star Citizen and Ghostbuster Spirits Unleashed. That's all happening tomorrow. Until then, you all have a great night. Stay spooky. Peace.